There we go. Suddenly Final Fantasy Tactics is on screen. Now, a bit happened since the last time I showed you all what I was doing here. As you may remember, we were only like level 10 and all that before. You'll note that I'm level 20 now, and we got samurais. Now, I have a lot of samurais in the party right now, because the vast majority of our team has consistently been melee fighters, because of the fact that we don't have very many casting classes. To catch everybody up on what my options are right now, it's exactly what you see here. Squire, Chemist, Knight, Monk, Wizard, and Samurai. So our only casting class has been Basic Wizard. As you can see, everybody's levels are up there at this point, though. Gale is the only one who's not doing great, because he just keeps not being in the position to get experience 90% of the time. Is most of the kills he's gotten has been kills with Hamido. Anything that attacks him dies. So it's been great, but terrible. They're all equipped with Bizen boats and 2 hands. As you can see, Ralph and myself both have power wrists to do a bit of extra damage. Leopold and Partha both have 108 gems. Because it says it strengthens all of the elements, and I don't know if that only means coming in or going out as well. I'm betting it strengthens what they're getting hit with, but I'm just kind of hoping. At the very least, it cancels Undead, Bloodsuck, Frog, and Poison, so it's not a bad thing for them to have anyway. So I could give one of them the Wizard Mantle we recently picked up, as it would give them yet more magic power. Which Partha actually has higher magic power than Leopold does, even though their equipment is identical. So actually, yeah, Leopold, you take the Wizard Mantle to balance that out. Interesting thing, though. Leopold does more magic damage even though his magic attack has been lower. Leading me to once again shrug and guess I just don't understand how the numbers work. Now, there's a fun thing Partha can do, though, that Leopold cannot yet. And that is, Partha knows Flare. Somebody gonna be real sad. She only gets 1 shot with it, because she's only got 70 EMP. But it's a whole thing. Appreciate you being here, Ray. I know you can't hear me, but hopefully work's going well. And Arya as well. How you been, Arya? Hopefully you're doing well. It is good to see both of you. There's nothing in Samurai that would be that useful to you, because I already got you Walk on Water. Ah, I see. Well, hopefully work's going smoothly. Yeah, there's really just nothing in the Monk or Samurai pool that's useful to you. Thank you, thank you. This is the PNG I've been rolling with for a fair bit now before I get the new Live 2D eventually done. Ah, you know what? Fair enough then. You're getting paid to sit there and watch people play video games. The dream of many. Yeah, everybody's already done what they need to do for Samurai. So, the reason I have all these levels is I've been doing the fights in the Deep Dungeon. Because each Deep Dungeon fight is also a check, because I put them in the randomized pool. And they've actually not been bad. They've actually been very easy fights for the most part, aside from one where I almost lost Partha because she got knocked off a cliff. And I had to get somebody down the cliff to revive her before her timer ran out. Is that thing I told you all about the last time we were playing, where I didn't realize those sword skills could push people? It happened again. random chance push just happened to shove her off a cliff and deal over 100 damage, killing her instantly. But yeah, to catch you all up on what fights in here I did, once the menu comes up. Eventually, it will come up. Load times being load times. I've done all the way up to Tiger. I still have Bridge, Voyage, and Horror, and I think End is actually a fight. It just also looks like the end of the menu. So let's go see what's going on in Bridge. There was one that looked bad because it was a full party of Holy Swordsmen that were higher level than me, and turned out they were all wielding ninja weapons, which meant their sword arts didn't work. Randomizer kind of did them dirty on that one, so they were actually just a joke to steamroll. As for those who did not see the previous segment, every encounter has every enemy in it randomized. All my jobs are out in the multi-world somewhere for somebody else to give to me, which also means I don't need to fulfill the requirements. But any job I fulfill the requirements for sends an item out to somebody else. And I do have access to a bunch of the named characters, I've just not been using them. Because I prefer to use the ones I've been building. So we've got an assassin over here. Yep, his named enemies can also be an option for the randomizer. And it doesn't have to be the actual named enemy, it can just be the entity that they are. In this particular case, we have two assassins, which are enemies you see, I think, not quite basically at the end of the game, but really far in. Same with that White Knight over there, though not as far in. You see a White Knight pretty early. Be the first time. So yeah, not ideal. Don't have enough range for that, so just kind of stare awkwardly at them. I've been just stopped, so my turn's just not happening. Here, enjoy this bolt that'll cut your health in half. You have fun with that. You keep an eye out over there for when the White Knight comes around the bend. We're just gonna nuke this assassin from orbit and hope that that solves the problem. That's not quite gonna be enough to kill, I don't think. 'Cause that's, yeah, 227 and 160 something, so yeah. She's gonna have like 30 left, and she's just gonna Shadow Stitch everybody. So this is gonna be annoying. And she's gonna stay up there where my samurais can't get at her. I see the vision here. I see the bit that's in play on this idea. And I don't appreciate it. It is interesting that that one that's using Stop Bracelet right now that just instant killed him has half the health of the one that's just up there stopping people. It's kind of funny. Also forgot that they have a move that can just instant kill people. It's very ironic that the fight I did after I started streaming it is the one that has all of the awful things in it. But that's just how this always works, isn't it? The streamer debuff kicks in once again. The counterbalance of streamer luck is where all of the bad luck goes. Yep, I'm just gonna get Shadow Stitched again, so I don't get to have a turn. This is exactly what I envisioned seeing that assassin up there. If she runs far enough like that, I think she can't reach to Shadow Stitch again. If I manage to get a chance to move before she does it one more time. Okay, you need to Bolt 3 her. Go ahead and risk hitting Friendly Fire here. Yeah, I figured you were gonna move. Oh, and you're just going to... Yeah, 1-inch punch. Yeah, that tracks. I didn't have very many options there, though. No matter where she moved, there was high odds of that happening anyway, because assassins have a lot of movement. So I think this fight might be a problem. with half my party stopped and the other half on the floor dead, which I need to keep them from running out of time or I lose them permanently. It's gonna be awkward. So one of the previous fights in here, I had to do a whole dance of keeping people alive that way because of another plot enemy that I was fighting who kept just one-shotting people with split sword over and over again and breaking people's armor alternatively. You're casting Protect rather than healing? Huh. That's an interesting decision you've made there. Also, can I... Well, it didn't quite kill. I was banking on a crit happening, but you can kill her, so we stop having people get one-punched. Stop that. Okay, now we just need to pull the team back together again and we can make headway again. Because they're running right now. But with a nearly dead assassin, a priest, and a white knight, I'm not too scared of them anymore. The white knight's a concern, but he's going to take a bit yet to get around to be able to do anything. So we need to get the team reassembled. And then we can make a play to make any forward progress here. And yes, if you're wondering, that is how a few of them have gained a bunch of levels, is by doing the revive dance all the time. And you read that right, she is level 39. We are way out of our weight class here, and yet we're getting away with it. Because we have very powerful units it's to work with here. Start high potioning your bodies back together again. Now, I did leave auto potion on for the wizards, even though they have counter magic available right now, because it made more sense for them to have auto potion in a lot of situations. Okay, yeah, I just got confirmation, by the way, that key that I said, that the Academy key that I said was probably going to take a while to get based on what I remember of Grim Dawn. Yeah, that's apparently Act 7? So, that's not getting seen for a while. So we're just going to do our best to not need to do the Academy, is what that means. Which should be doable in most contexts. It's just gonna be a matter of whether I can actually follow through on that information. I have moved badly once again. Well, that's right, you can use X potions. I can't buy those yet. I did gain the ability to buy ethers with the most recent shop upgrade somebody found for me. I really need to teach ether to my casters so they can ether themselves. Right now, I think only I know how to use them. And I definitely have had a fight or two boil down to me feeding them ethers to deal with high physical defense enemies. It's certainly something. Just keep healing yourselves until you can reach an enemy. No, you don't want to stand there. If you stand there, you're gonna get hit. And you will probably die, and with the way my luck's been, the samurai will live but get stopped, and then it's just all gonna go wrong. Yep, you're casting Shell. I love that they're casting all this protection on somebody with 5 hit points. Because they really think that that's gonna go far. Like, that's gonna go great that they're putting all this protection up. His 5 hit points will clearly survive anything I throw at them with that much protection. Alright, Fink, what are you doing? Yep, doing exactly what I figured you were gonna do. The only difference being that it was split punch and not stasis sword. If he was going for Stasis Sword, he had an opportunity to hit 2 in a couple places, so that was going to be an issue either way. You got so lucky there. That is a move that by all rights should have been punished harshly with Hamido activating and just obliterating that white mage. Like so. 95% chance, and I missed, huh? Sometimes I really think the game just does this to be funny. Speaking of funny, I cannot cast Flare, unfortunately. Because I do not have the MP for it. Otherwise, Spite Flare would be happening. Oh, you'll kill both of them, actually. Friendly Fire be damned. Gale, get out of the way. Go ahead and filch some experience before they get obliterated. You can tell I'm done with their nonsense when I'm just throwing all of the death spells I own in their direction. Soon all that'll be left is the other assassin, the one who could Shadow Stitch people. And no matter how many turns she gets, she's not going to get enough to stop us. Just completely. Interesting choice. You walked over next to the one that was almost dead, and then you Stasis Sworded the other one. I see what you're doing. You're flexing on the one that you just killed there. Charge 1's useless to you. Just get your MP back. Joke's on you. Perish. You go ahead and just get her back on her feet. Anyway, bye-bye. Was it overkill? Yes. Do I care? No. That was justified overkill. So here's the idea. He's gonna hop down on that side. Except he's gonna get Shadow Stitched before he gets there. The ideal situation, though, is they forget about that they Shadow Stitched him up there. And then he'll pop down as soon as it wears off. That's the scheme. Whether the scheme will work or not, somewhat doesn't matter. Because someone will be able to get at that assassin and end her. It doesn't particularly matter who, considering how low her health is. Yeah, she's gonna keep pitching Shadow Stitches up at us. And then run further into the corner? Yep, run further into the corner. Means you can't reach. See, the thing you didn't do, though, was stop the one who can reach out and kill you. There we go. So what do we get for this? Oh good, I sent 10 arrows to Winter. God damn it. So many of these side quests and everything have been worthless. But I have to check, because when I tested this entire pile of side quests over here had vital items in it. And honestly, the levels and everything we're getting from this is worth it anyway. Because it's very lucrative in terms of experience, because of how high level the enemies are. But I do think out of the interest of getting more to happen, it's time for us to go back to doing plot fights. Already cleaned out all of this except Egros itself. Which it may be worth checking that fight soon. But we will still be massively under-leveled for that fight. But I got away with a real stupid setup for that fight before, so it's possible I could make it happen again. At the very least, let's go over to Barrios Valley. I should be able to do this one. And at the current state of affairs. This way I can hopefully still send out a decent amount of things. Because that's the goal with Archipelago all the time, is managing to send out enough checks to hopefully make something else happen. Alternatively, just, you know, manage to wait long enough that somebody sends you something really good. Go to yourself. Parth and Ralph will be fine over there. I could have sent Gale over there because he would be more likely to get it. Hey, what do you know? I say we might get something good and we got Oracle. Oracle's not exactly great, but it's at least something else for people to be using to hopefully trigger more job checks. And yeah, this is the sequence where Agrias is getting chased that I was talking about before. Oh, that's not a good sprite to see. Oh, they've got an interesting mix going on here. A pair of Dragon Tamers, a pair of Holy Knights, and a Squid Demon. Hi, we're here. We just happened to show up here in time. We are, once again, doing things kind of out of order. Oh, these are only level 15? Oh, I am a little over-leveled for the segment of the game we're going to be doing today, then. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, they're Divine Knights, not Holy Knights. They're slightly better. Get used to that Shellburst stab happening, though. That's gonna mean a lot of expensive armor getting broken. It's a good thing we have lots of money. Yeah, and you ended up with a real bad roll on your times here. Just don't even bother. You go ahead and Kotetsu. So at least hit one. It doesn't do a lot, but it's better than the turn ending and him doing nothing. Hey, I didn't give you Walk on Water, did I? Pretty sure you have it at this point, you just didn't whip it. See if you managed to land that for shits and giggles, I guess. Well, so much for that guy. Yeah, because I think that's the base level Squid Demons. Yeah, those are Pisco Demons. They're nothing. And that bolt is similarly going to hit nothing. He's fighting people at his level now. That's the sad thing about a spell hitting nothing, is you don't even get to at least have the somewhat satisfaction of watching it hit the ground. It just doesn't do anything. I believe it wastes the mana and just does nothing. What would make me really happy is if somebody found me my ninja. But I also didn't hint for anything in this game, because we ended up getting so lucky with the passes and everything that I didn't feel like I had any reason to hint for anything in this. Things like the jobs would just be nice to have. You need to stop what you've done here. You should be able to take care of that without even burning magic. Bonk. Now, never ever discount the benefit of just smacking somebody with a stick. Because it will have surprising benefits at times. And Agrias has gone down. Oh, right. I automatically lose when Agrias goes down in this scenario because game design. And since they have armor break and Agrias is stupid, I don't think we can actually finish this fight right now. Because I have to manage to outpace the enemies around Agrias enough to prevent them being able to hit her. Because I don't have any good healers. Like, the best healing I have would be having somebody with throw item throwing high potions at her. And that's just not worth the effort right now. I forgot that that was a required keep her alive scenario. Because I get so used to Guess being disposable that I just completely forgot about that. We'll just move right along and worry about that later. So, yeah, before we go to the castle, we're meant to go over here. So we'll go ahead and do this bit. Off to the execution site. The claim is, at this point in the game, that they're going to execute the princess here. Because that's what Agrias was running off to try to do something about. This is reasonably close to where we had left off the plot. There's obviously pieces missing, and you can fill in the blanks much easier if you either watch somebody play this normally or play it normally yourself. That's the current short version of the situation that we find ourselves in right now. This doesn't look like a bad lineup. It's just a bunch of priests. Ta-da! The Executioner's Gafgarian. And that's no princess. Okay, now there's a handful of knights now, too. Okay. It's still majority priests, though, so it's not bad. They may be a problem to get through, but they'll not be able to do much to us. And there'll only be a problem to get through is if they manage to get enough chances to heal. Obviously, the Dragon Tamer or Gafgarian with the dragon attacks are gonna sting. So that needs to stop. The Oracles could be problematic. Which, that's a good color scheme for the Oracles, honestly. Of course, our big problem is our party's fucking slow. So everything has happened and we're just over here like, yep, we'll get our turn eventually. Because wizards aren't fast, samurai aren't fast. Oh, this is gonna take forever to cast. Well, eventually, to whom it may concern, that priest will die. Just do something about that problem immediately. Good lord. I'm gonna bolt 2 at that one because they're gonna move. Yep, and that's why I went for a cheaper spell, because I had a feeling they were gonna try to steal all my MP to keep me from casting something. Predictable. Oh, Oh, and those knights are purple because they're the undead knights. For some reason, the undead knights just keep popping up a lot in this seed. It's kind of funny, really. Okay, you're gonna get nuked, so I don't need to bother with you. Okay, you're casting fire. That's adorable. You have mildly inconvenienced me. That's gonna be more of a problem. Yep, because now that spell's not gonna go off, because I'm pretty sure if you get silenced, yep, it cancels the spell you're currently casting. So that's gonna slow this process down immensely. And annoy me to no end. You know Raise? No, but you do have Phoenix Downs. Okay, good for you. Thanks for the free experience, bringing her back just to die. Fire Bracelet, okay. He's gonna live through that, so it's fine. Auto Potion means he only took 2 damage, so you can suck it. Oh, and of course you get a turn first and you use a high potion. Of course you do. Well, at the end of the day, that's just more experience to pummel out of you, so this is fine. These enemies in this whole surviving just barely thing is getting tiresome, but that's just how this works. So you're casting a buff or a heal there. Because they were only targeting their own people with that. Yeah, no, we are so bad as far as turn order goes right now that these spells take forever to cast. That's a yikes. Just don't even bother right now. Nothing good will come of trying to cast a spell that's gonna take that kind of time right now. Good crit, that's what I was banking on. Nope, you're silenced, so get the bonking stick out. Ah. Oh, that was enough to chase Gafgarian off, actually. He wasn't ready for somebody to whack him with a stick. I thought he had to go down into kneeling state for him to run, but apparently not. He's just that much of a bitch. Now you're dead again. Yes, your fire spell was great. Didn't work, though. Neener. Thanks for the cure spell, by the way. Killed one, chased the other one off the map, and then stole the healing. Because remember, regular spells don't know friend from foe, so you can end up healing enemies just as well as your attack spells will hurt your friends. And that is a sword that cuts both ways. That's slightly better. But it's mostly just the fact you have 3 targets here that I'm willing to go for it. Yeah, one of the targets was gonna move. 2 targets are moving. This is about the exact result I was expecting, but I figured I'd try. Because what I'm banking on is the AI doing is stupid. And there's still a chance that said stupid's gonna happen. Nope, you are still silenced. I think turn order is gonna say no to the bad decision happening. No. Oh, wait? Huh? Damn it, he did the smart thing. Oh, they don't even have weapons. So there was a decent chance that he would have prioritized targeting the samurai, And he would have walked right back in between all of the targets I wanted anyway. Instead, he walked it up to the one casting it and made them blow themselves up, which, you know, I'll take that trade. Goodbye, priest. There's just an oracle left, which I know I got in my own way by standing there, but I was already planning on reviving Partha anyway with my turn to try to help give the other two more kill experience, because I can just get my level from the revive anyway. For any encounters that scale the level, I would be happier having everybody be a similar level. I'm not sure what they're doing that has a 0% chance of success that they're aiming at that. I think they might be trying to go for a revive? Oh no, it's fire, which just isn't gonna work on the corpse that they were pointing at. That's why. I was like, is it giving me a bad reading? It's saying 0% chance to work on a corpse. Gale, this is why you have no levels, my dude. Because you somehow just miss everything. I don't know what you're doing, but you're not doing it right. You may have noticed I had a pile of those swords stacked up, by the way. I forgot that they don't get destroyed when you use them for the drawouts. So I bought a handful, just to make sure they would never break and be gone and completely in the middle of a fight. But anyway, execution site's cleaned up, and yeah, exactly as it says there, our next target's gonna be the actual castle itself. Hooray, a purple rupee. Getting lots of money out of these fights, just not useful money. Like, if I could do fights like that, it would just print money out of my computer, I would accept that. There'd be a lot of problems with that, but I would accept it anyway. Be nice. Yeah, oracles are primarily about debuffing and things like that. The useful thing about oracle for us is going to be move MP up for our wizards, so that as they're walking around, they just regenerate their MP. I could also go absorb used MP, but I'd rather have counter magic in that slot, I think, so it's not particularly useful. Oracle will also be needed for a couple of job checks, so it's still worthwhile to have them do their thing with that. I just probably won't do that right now because there's still wizard unlocks that I would like them to get. Like, obviously not from wizard levels, but there's more spells for them to learn. Though it's arguably overkill for them to learn that much more, since they've got Bolt 3, level 2 of the other spells, and Flare, to use Partha as the example. So, actually, no. They both have Flare now. In fact, yeah, their spell lineups are now identical again, so there you go. Do learn Ether so that you can restore your own MP that way as well. You can't quite learn Ether because you never got more points for Chemist. Yeah, that's gonna be what it'll be. I know it's kind of boring with me having everybody have item, but because of the random fights, I don't feel comfortable not having everybody have reviving capabilities on hand, because of the way things can get real swingy and weird. I've not had anything that I'm like, yes, I want you to have this as your secondary ability guaranteed. The closest we've gotten to that is having Oracle Magic and regular Magic on hand. And the Oracle Magic's just not remarkable enough. Like, if I had Priest or something, I probably would have my wizards using white magic and black magic together. We're gonna be doing our first major battle here, or now. You'll notice we only have the capacity to put one person here. I could actually put someone else here, but I'm fine with doing that myself. And now everyone else goes outside. Spoiler alert about me saying outside. You'll understand what this means in a second. If I had anybody with better mobility, they would have been the one getting put in the interior. So more than likely, I would have just had that mobility myself. Because we're breaking into the castle. We need to open the gate. But, guess who got here before us? It's that goblin. It's Gafgarian. The fact that he's just a goblin makes this so much easier than this ordinarily would be. This is one of the fights that ordinarily gave me trouble. His fighting Gafgarian, which is one person, gets real touch and go. Because he has lifesteal from Nightsword and is usually well-armed and armored. And this is usually a pretty potent batch of human soldiers out here. This time, it's not as bad. These Geomancers obviously could do bad things with their Geomancy. Nobody got hit with Don't Act out of that batch, so it's not terrible. I can't make it all the way down in one go, is why the mobility would matter. Because you'd want somebody who could just hop down and open the gate immediately, usually. So you could bring your whole party together, or to bring them to bear on either the enemy party or on Gafgarian, whichever one you're more concerned about at the time. Hey, you know what's a neat trick? Flare. You know what's only gonna hit one guy, though? Flare. So, bolt it is. You're only gonna do 66 to that one. I don't understand why sometimes the lower level spells do higher damage as well. There's a weird thing going on with that. I don't think my spells got randomized, but sometimes it feels like they did. Oh, we might be having archipelago problems again, too. Great! Great! Just can't fucking win. Just throw a lower level bolt out there. 127, 148, yeah, that'll be fine. Okay, might have just been a hiccup. Yeah, he's just a level 18 goblin with 109 hit points. I'm just gonna roll right over him. Not even gonna be a problem. There we go. Tactics has been reconnected. That one I had to manually reconnect for some reason. Portrait reconnected on its own. It's weird. Though apparently, according to the Archipelago server, by the way, you know when I was having the problems with it disconnecting the other day? They were getting DDoSed for some reason. No idea why. No idea why somebody would attack a server just for letting people play randomized games, but that was a thing that was happening, apparently. I only say supposedly because, you know, there's no way to guarantee that this is a thing that was happening. Other than we obviously had the connection problems, and there really wouldn't be that much of a reason for them to lie about it. But bet hedging by not guaranteeing that that's a thing that happened. And this is where he actually dies, finally, by the way. So, no more Gafgarian, aside from the times where he's going to randomly appear because of the randomizer. One of the few that end up actually dying anytime soon. and doesn't just get the free pass to fucking teleport away. Can you tell that I get kind of tired of that whole bit happening? Because maybe it's just me, but if I'm fighting somebody and they're actively trying to kill me and my team, I ain't gonna let them walk away. I'm not in the forgiveness business for the most part. Oh great, you death sentenced her. You go and heal yourself, because we may very well have to be chasing Geomancers for a minute here. This is gonna be one, I think, literally the first time I'm gonna end up doing this fight without opening the gate. Because there's nothing to open the gate for. Gafgarian's already dead, and the fight out there is already done and dusted. Like, this fight's over, they just don't know it yet. They haven't accepted that they've lost. $173 from just a basic fire spell. Good lord. Anyway, goodbye. And there we go, we've broken into Lionel Castle. It is, in fact, just that easy. One of the Mai-Mais for Link Between Worlds. Oh yeah, we have access to the Lionel Castle shop. I honestly keep forgetting that the castles are shops. Get Agrias a whole set of gear, but she's still level 1 because we got her right off the rip and I didn't bother to train her. This is the +1 physical, +1 magic one that stops getting slowed. Diamond armlets are really good if you're actually having somebody doing multiple things. Which, for a case like the main character who has 70/70, it's not a terrible idea to do both. Let's go ahead and raid the actual interior of the castle so you get to see something a bit different than the average fight. And this is something that may still actually be tricky, considering what we have going on right now. This will either be really bad still, or this will go incredibly smoothly. There's not really any in between. This, I believe, is also another one of those situations that locks you in. Like, you go do the gate fight and you're locked into the fight afterwards where you go in here. You're in half to fight Draclo. Yeah, he's part of the group that wants the Zodiac Stones. And he's trying to use the princess as a piece of that puzzle. Except for the fact that she's not here anymore. There's a neat party trick these stones do. You'll get to see it now. Because he turns into this fucking thing. This particular fight has a problem. I'm hoping I can just kill him quickly and be done with it. Yeah, that's what I figured, is he was gonna be faster than us. Note that area attack he's doing. It puts people to sleep, gives them death sentence, does all kinds of bad things. Half our party has already been disabled immediately. This is why I said this fight is still a problem. We also don't know how much health he has, but Flare's gonna do 470, so I'm not too concerned. This is why I didn't mind being overleveled for this, because fuck this fight. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, you're not very immortal, as it turns out, bud. That is catharsis for the amount of times that I have had to fight that thing dozens of times to get through. Now, having Flare is something you completely could do by this point if you really just grinded job points. So, I can't even say that I had anything unreasonable here. We were just a few levels over where you're supposed to be for this and had Flare. So, Sadon, 20 rings, and a stick. This was, I believe, largely pointless yet again. But it was satisfying to just nuke him. Now, the reason why that was 3 checks is it was a story battle, the Zodiac Stone check, and a shop unlock. So I don't think we actually get anything ourselves from the shop unlock. I believe... Like, I don't know if that's supposed to give you an item or if it's from gaining access... from when you would gain access to the shop. I want to say it activates items in your shop pool. In general. Which the ads are kicking in, so I'm going to get up and refill my water. And then do a couple things in the... Actually, no, the ads have not started yet. They're starting. It didn't do the thing where it skips the last minute or so of the ad timer this time. Which is annoying as hell, because... if I can't trust my timers, what the hell am I doing here? You know? Yeah, the main thing I'm going to be doing is going through everybody's job levels and everything, checking to make sure that nobody has anything else for them to pick up, deciding whether I want to change either of the wizards over to oracles just to get the oracle levels kicked for whatever those unlock, which I think oracle opens mediator, but I don't remember what else you need in addition to oracle. But now the ads are going, so I'll be back in just a moment here. Okay, water refilled. Now let's do bookkeeping while the ads finish running, and then we will get back to business. We're running out of things that are gonna matter for you to pick up for Samurai, I think. Because I don't think I'm ever gonna have you grab Walk on Water, because by the time you don't need a movement increase, you're not gonna need that, because you'll be a ninja more than likely. And since I have him on Hamido, I don't want him using Meat Bone Slash or Blade Grasp. So really, it's just more sword moves, which, until we can get the rest of these swords, these moves are useless. It's a whole thing. There's really not more spells I care to have our wizards learning too much. Like, it'd be nice to have a mastered wizard. There's not really a lot of reason for it, but it would be nice. So I think, Partha, you'll go ahead and become an oracle for a bit, just to get the mediator class unlock check in. Oh yeah, you can use the sage staff. I'm gonna use that. I would like you to keep the wizard robe and the triangle hat, though, so you have an actual MP pool to work with. And the otherwise, you're good now. And instead of having item, you're going to keep your black magic as your secondary. It does mean if we're down to only Partha, we're in trouble. Because now Partha can't bring people back to life. So that's concerning. But that's just the gamble you play at this point. Go ahead and grab Paralyze and... take Silent Song and Spell Absorb. Spell Absorb will be useful in terms of stealing MP to make her own MP bar stay up. Like, yeah, because you already have 4 and 3 there. I feel like that's everything you need for those. Monk might need more for something. Like, I'm not gonna worry about getting, like, the Mime unlock, I don't think. Unless somebody specifically hints that they need the item that's in the Mime check. Because that's just gonna be a whole to-do. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. You didn't miss anything. All I did was do some bookkeeping, switched Partha to being an oracle, able to get the levels from that like I was talking about, and I also went and refilled my water, which is not particularly relevant. Technically we should have done these two before that, I think? Because we would have been coming from there to go here. Though we have those two steel golems in Gog that were an issue. We didn't see what Zigolos has, so let's go ahead and do that fight. This is ordinarily a bunch of undead, but it's gonna be whatever the hell the game wants it to be now. One way or the other, it's another story you fight check to hit, so it's worth a look. Actually, switch you two. He's the lowest level, so I want him getting out as far forward as fast as possible so that he can get experience. I'm still not sure how he's ended up so bad off with experience overall. Like, he missed a few fights in the very beginning, but the fights where both of them were in, Leopold spent a lot of the time on the ground, and yet somehow Leopold got more experience anyway. It's weird. This is not great, by the way. 3 dragons is a bit concerning. The good news is they're low-level dragons. They're only, like, level 14. They are all holy dragons, which is not ideal. But I think the level will be enough of a detriment to them that it's not going to be a big deal. Same with the holy knights. They'll still have Stasis Sword, which might cause people to get stopped, and it will still do some damage. We shouldn't have a whole to-do here, at least. The swamp does poison you, though, if I remember right, when you stop in there completely. So that's potentially going to be an issue. I absolutely do not have to flare him, but I'm going to do it because it's funny. I've clearly chosen poorly as far as getting Gale into combat, though. Considering I'm flaring the one closest to him, because it was the only thing that could be reached. And then there's just the one random squire that really thinks she's gonna do something. Yep, there we go. She did do something. She demonstrated the fact that you get poisoned when you sit in the water, like I was talking about. That's why you don't do that. Yeah, there was no way he was living that. Not with 8 levels down and not having particularly high magic protection. Yeah, that Dragon Breath is what makes this actually a concern at all, because they hurt a lot no matter what level they are. And they have a little bit of reach because of that too, so situations like this happen. Where he can reach us, but we can't reach him. Which is just annoying. Oh hey, you know how to use antidotes, look at you. Aren't you such a cool guy? Really need to get something that can reach any kind of distance for my frontliners. There really aren't that many options for that in this game. Not without dipping into them having magic. Yeah, I think Partha's immune to poison. It just clicked in my brain like, wait, why aren't you poisoned? Also, Mustadio, you don't need that magic. Give it to me. Because that's the neat thing about Spell Absorb, is you can actually just take MP from people that have it on your own team that aren't able to cast magic.
Rise from your grave.
Thankfully, nothing here did this time. This is ordinarily lousy with undead. Howdy, Anxiety. How you doing? Yeah, you can reach to do damage. This way you can actually get some experience. We're not using Bizenboat because it takes away MP from things. Ah, yeah, you're gonna need some rest after that then, definitely. So I assume it is hot there like it is everywhere right now. There we go, stole a whole 6 mana, let's go. Now, the reason I had Gale go all the way around over there was I was not anticipating these two managing to hop across here so quickly. Yeah, exactly. So I was anticipating it being more of a problem to get at them. So I was expecting to have to do small hops across the ground there. Instead, I've wasted my time. And that water's deep. Well, that's poison. Oh good, you've kept him from moving, which is great and terrible at the same time. And I can't even get the paralyze on him without paralyzing myself, so... And I suppose I could always do the funny thing, since it's basically a foregone conclusion over there. Why don't I just bring this dragon back to life for Gale to kill it again? It's kind of fucked up to think about doing that, but you know. And this is why you don't do that, because Gale misses a 95% chance to hit. Way to go, buddy. I'm starting to remember that that might be why you have no experience. You know what? If it gets him killed, I might not be that upset about it. I suppose this is what I get for using somebody whose name is only a letter away from fail. That's all he apparently will do. Howdy, Jess. How you doing? Hiding in the bushes. Do I wanna... Yeah, you know what? Perish. I'm doing fine so far. Hopefully you are well. This fight is over. The randomizer's been relatively kind overall with this. Well, yeah. To be fair, most anything would be an improvement over that, so... It's hard to end up that far down again. That was just a high ether for one of the Time Spinner games. Great. Irrelevant. Just like every other fight we've done in here, but you know what? I would rather have a decent time doing it and have it be irrelevant than have it be a ball ache and have it be slightly relevant. I never did do the Lasalia fight. I still don't know why you do that to yourself. Let's go over to Lasalia, do that, and then I'll go over to Rio Veins, probably. There's not really anything worth changing on any of you. You're the only one who really has anything that's gonna change, and you didn't get enough job points for that to matter, so moving right along. Yes, your only other option would have just been to not put yourself in that position in the first place. But well done on getting it done first try, just... Good lord. Well, yeah, you had mentioned that it didn't do that originally, and I assume that you were correct about that. Well, I ended up playing the other ones as part of a goal there, Anxiety. This just was a funny option to put into the archipelago, so I chose to play this. Because I was running out of other things that I hadn't already done for archipelago that I knew anything about. So there was a big wave of people playing Final Fantasy in general recently as well, which I have no idea why. Like, I genuinely don't know what other people's reasons are for popping back in. And yeah, that's just bad design, what you're describing there, Jess. That's just bad design. And I will not... I will not stand on any other platform with that thought. how does it manage to find ways to keep getting worse? Oh, this is an interesting situation to see here. So the Heresy Examiner is now a female monk instead of an old man. And clones of our character's brother are the other enemies. And some demons. Because, you know, the Heresy Examiner clearly has to have some demons. Oh yeah, that's actually almost always been a thing. Even in this game, Rays can fail. It's a small chance, but it can happen. Though I believe there are some circumstances where the chance to fail Rays can actually be higher as well. I forget what the exact circumstances all are for that, though. Yeah, no, those have never been a guarantee. I believe... Actually, I don't know for a fact if they were able to fail in the first game or not. But I have seen it fail in most of the ones... I could have swore I've had a revive fail in 5 as well. There may have been circumstances that I'm forgetting for that. Bear in mind, this is distant memory. I could easily be remembering wrong. But my memory is convinced that that is a thing that has happened. That's fair. It is a very big shock when it happens. 100%. Especially since those games don't tell you the percentages when you're casting the thing. So it's just, surprise, nothing happened. Hope you were happy with nothing happening. This is actually a pretty bad situation we're standing in right now. Because my party is so slow and they're doing their big petrifies. And the petrify worked. Great. Well, guess I'm not getting to use my character at all for this fight, because I certainly don't have anybody to unpetrify him with. How the hell did you survive it if it was doing almost your entire health bar and you couldn't fix that? I don't understand how those numbers even end up working out in that scenario. Something's missing there. What else is missing is the fact that Hamido just has apparently gone on vacation today. It was triggering on like every fight I did when I was off camera. Now that the camera's on, it's worked like 1 in 10. Just to upset me. For anybody coming in that's like, why don't you have a way to get rid of the petrify or any healers or anything? Since the jobs are randomized out into the archipelago pool, I don't have most of the jobs. You see the vast majority of jobs I have on my field right now. The things that are missing that I have are Knight, Squire, Monk, and Chemist that aren't currently on this field. But that's all the jobs I have at that point. I have no priests, I have no mediators, I have no time mages, I have no summoners. Of course, Hamido works when she tries to heal Gale by hitting him with the healing stick. Oh yeah, because you can throw healing items that way, yeah. It sounds like you got incredibly lucky that timing just didn't tell you to go fuck yourself there. Because that's all that would have taken was just one badly timed turn order moment, and you would have been SOL. Oh, those numbers really don't make sense then. Like, maybe it's just the way it's being described. is not lining up. But it really sounds like you should have died then. Yeah, here's some more bios, because that's what we need to be dealing with. And of course, thanks for Auto Potion not triggering either. And almost got re-raised, so I don't have any reason to care about her going down. Okay, see, there's where the numbers didn't make sense. You were saying 25 to 30,000. I mean, 2,500 to 3,000 on everyone. I thought that meant every single person was taking the 25 to 30,000. Then that math still doesn't sound like that works, but it clearly did. It just isn't reading right to how I'm looking at it. This camera angle's a son of a bitch sometimes. No, I can't reach that. It was in the shaded section, so I could not see the green there at all. Oh, that attack accomplished so much. Yeah, you had to have been, like, teetering on the edge the entire time, because that's the only way the mathematics work. All it would take is, like I said, that poorly timed double turn, and just that entire Razor's Edge would just slice you. Right. Yes, yes. Casting Bio again. Oh no. Thankfully, they don't have the MP to keep casting Bio 3 all the time, otherwise those things would be a much bigger threat. Yep, you're gonna just keep healing yourself. This is fine. I'm very glad you didn't have to go through that again. Now it's just a matter of cleaning this field up. Usually the Heresy Examiner's the first one down, and they haven't even gotten hit yet because I haven't managed to land a hit on him. Well, yeah. Just because you were prepared for it to happen doesn't mean you want it to happen, you know? Like, there's always prepare for the worst, but you generally will hope for the best. There we go, now Hamido actually triggered at a good time. But they had the sense to walk out of that bolt, so that's gonna go nowhere now. I just didn't want to end up hitting my own samurai in the head right now, considering the situation we have. No. It really is busted how Hamido cancels the attack that's coming in when it works. Like, that is why that's what I've given all my frontliners, because it is just disgusting. It doesn't always work, But it works more often than you would expect, and it works certainly often enough. Yep, there. Right, it was a chance for the swords to break. That was the reason why I bought the extras. I was second guessing myself about the extra ones I bought, because it's like, they haven't broken yet. Maybe they don't break, and I'm just making that up in the recesses of my memory. But there you go. Proof positive right there. They snap like a twig. Also, the fact that I only had 2 of them left was kind of a warning. Alma just hanging out back there. Of course. Getting real tired of the random guards. Kindly die. Because this fight only needs you to defeat the Heresy Examiner. You don't even need to defeat the rest of this party. So them constantly dodging and everything was getting real old, because we could have been done with this fight a while ago. See what check we get from this. At Death's Door for Winter playing Clair Obscure, and 10 arrows for Winter's Ocarina of Time. Well, the At Death's Door might be something worthwhile, since that's listed as a progression item. The arrows, though, the arrows probably got thrown on the floor. I don't even know why I opened that menu. We didn't get a shop upgrade, so it does not matter. There's nothing there for us. But 170, there's fuck all you can do. Moving right along. So I guess, yeah, we'll just proceed. Oh, actually, no, I need to turn around for a second. Because I just remembered what the story battle in Goland Coal City is, and it's actually not going to be a problem, so we may as well get that one out of the way. Because of the way the side quest fights in Goland looked, I completely forgot what town Goland was. But I remember now. Because I was clicking my brain back through what parts we were at right now. And yeah, this won't be too big a deal unless it randomized to something horrendous. And I did forget to go back and figure out which part of the side quest I didn't do other than the rescue part that I still can't do because I don't have any good healing. And to keep the escort target alive. Yeah, because we just need to bail this guy out of his situation. Oh, that's just even funnier. It's an army of Almas and Dystargs. Ta-da, we're just kind of here. Now, the problem is, Olin dying does get us a game over, just like the other save jobs. The good news is, he's actually very effective at keeping himself alive for the most part. Despite the fact that he went running into the middle of them. Because he's got a neat party trick up his sleeve that you'll see in a moment when he finishes casting that. That will more than likely make our job a lot easier. Meanwhile, the game's trying to figure out what the hell to do with the pile of clerics it has. As thanks to the randomizing. He is slightly at risk based on the damage he took up there. Especially considering I have no good way to get up there. And these Loon Knights were what I was talking about in the deep dungeon that I ended up having a real problem with. Because of exactly what just happened there, the stop effect going off. Because they're decently fast, they hit decently hard, and they have a lot of hit points. So they're just kind of a problem across the board. As well heal, because I can't reach to kill you. Not that I would be able to kill you immediately anyway, but you get the point. Our mobility is going to make getting up there a bit of an issue as well, because these... For obvious reasons, the samurai are not exactly going to go flying up there. I don't think silence would work. Paralyze would, though. Except he's immune to that. He has the benefit of being an important plot fight, usually, so I think he just has built-in immunity to that. But that's what Olin does. Galaxy Stop. It hits every enemy and has a chance to do all kinds of nasty negative effects, like stop, don't move, and don't act. So he just makes half the fight just kind of grind to a halt randomly whenever he casts that. That's why he can kind of keep himself safe, if decently. He also moves decently quick and hits decently hard with his book attacks. The best news is the fact that half their party isn't even going to be attacking him. And the one that is attacking is using an axe, which is a random crapshoot of damage. So it's not really that big a deal. We'll have one of our samurai over there by the time that Loon Knight takes action as well. The haste, shell, protect, re-raise, etc. barrier is a bit of an issue, though. Spin. Don't act for you. You're guarded from it. Don't act. Don't move. Stop. Yep. Okay. So all the clerics have been frozen in time. Which, you know, that's clearly the part of the fight that mattered, right? That's the dangerous part. Okay, he's down to like 5 hit points. Somebody else can just knock him over. I don't really want you to be burning magic on finishing him off. Yeah, that's what I figured. Gale was gonna get a turn. And he landed the hit. Okay. Finally making some more progress for him. Yes, get behind the guy who has got a health bar. Not that that health bar will last forever, but it'll be better than nothing. You start heading that way. Originally, they were going to split off more evenly than this, but Leopold has spent half the fight stunned, so didn't work out great. Didn't work out great. Yep, you're gonna throw Stasis Sword over there. Yep, fucking knew it. I fucking knew you were gonna get immediately stopped. See, that was the only thing that could have been a problem. I chose to make sure not to say it, because I was really hoping that it wasn't gonna happen. And say it or not, it happened. And the other part of the problem being we're gonna have a whole to-do about trying to get around to catch up to this situation over on the other side. So I may as well kill my way through the priests on the way. And then Olin makes the incredible decision to go running between the two people that can attack him to go attack a cleric. This is why I hate escort missions in this game. Anytime you have to rescue somebody, they are a lemming. They will just go charging into the enemy with no heed for their own survival. And I so wish to just let them die because of their inability to make good decisions. But all that does is lose me the game. The good news is the enemy AI is just as dumb and easily distracted. So we don't have a problem right now. Okay, you're using Wish, sure. Yeah. That totally isn't just making my job easier at all. Yeah, I believe Astrologist is just Calculator with some extra tricks, basically. And you've not seen Calculator yet because we haven't gotten it. But Calculator targets specific numbers, basically, and hits everything that has that number that's on the map. They're kind of ridiculous. Any of the spells you saw with Calc at the end of it are able to be used by a Calculator. You might live through the spell getting thrown at you, so here, let's just make sure you don't live, shall we? Now let's get out of the way so I don't get blown up. Now we just need to chase the Loon Knight down. Along the way, let's just, you know, make sure you don't just get randomly stabbed. We gotta watch out, that Squire's gonna get back up randomly too, which is part of the reason for the extra hit point buffer. So they don't pop up and get a good roll on the axe and just clock Olan one. Ordinarily, Galaxy Stop is, like, broken good in this fight because nobody's ordinarily immune to it. There's the Squire getting back up again. And getting herself put right back down again. You love it when that works out, don't you? You can't reach him. Now, this is a new wrinkle to the situation, though. What do I do if I can't get at him with anybody? Because this is, like, the closest place to be jumping up to him from, and it's too high for him. The only play otherwise would be to run everybody back away so he has to come down. But he's coming down of his own volition anyway. Now, the comedy way this could end badly... Oh, hey, he's actually doing his book attack instead of just Galaxy stopping. Yeah, we're still working our way through. Still bereft of half of the things I would want, but we're making it work. Still no summoners, still no ninjas, no time mages, no mediators, no maidens. But we have effectiveness. We are powerful at this point. Yeah, that would make sense for that to be a surprise for anybody in its time. Like, the fact that the map itself was three-dimensional at all was fairly surprising. Even if the set angles can end up being kind of bad as well. Yeah, exactly. It's like in the fight I just did before, I showed off the fact that there are spots where you can't actually see where the area effect of something is because it's in the exact wrong spot for the camera angles to allow you to see it. But those are rare problems. Like, those thankfully don't happen all the time. The bolt was a contingency plan in case the miss happened again. That's another fight in the books. And I got a battle dictionary out of that, too. I'm so glad I came back to do that and got a Deku stick. Hooray. Most important stick ever. I also forgot, that's not the fight you recruit Olin from. That's why I wanted to come back and do that, is I assumed it was going to be a 2-check fight. Instead, it was only 1. Anyway, moving right along. So remember, everybody you recruit, every job you unlock... Oh, for those that are playing Ocarina of Time, you mean? Anything they lose is kind of in an awkward spot. I think it depends on their settings. In some cases, it is actually just gone. In the case of Archipelago, though, I think they don't have... I think the ability to lose things like that is shut off. And yeah, I have a chart that has all the job unlock requirements. I just haven't bothered to pull it up. Yeah, since they'll be receiving the tunic from someone else almost guaranteed, they wouldn't have a means guaranteed to be able to buy it again. I don't actually remember if it has a guaranteed spot for you to be able to buy it anyway, just in case, or not. I've never seen anybody lose something permanently when they've played OOT in a randomizer, though. But as one who's not done it myself, I cannot guaranteed confirm that information for you. It would potentially lock you out of areas entirely, almost, as you would be reliant on the timer. So I feel like there would be a built-in protection for that somewhere. It would just be a matter of what that protection would be. Oh yeah, and Ocarina of Time is one of the most randomized games out there, so it has the most fail-safes and protections of any fucking game under the sun. Which is part of the reason why I have never had that much interest in doing that rando, is because it, like I said, is like the most rando other than Super Metroid, pretty much, and Link to the Past. So, to me, that ends up making it kind of boring. It's like, yeah, everybody's done it. So it's like, meh. Oh yeah, it's an interesting one to watch, for sure. But I have two problems. One, the mental thing I just said about it being something that everybody's done, so I feel like there's no reason for me to do it. And then there's the weird bleed over of knowledge I would have from all that I've seen people do, but I would end up having it be that weird split knowledge of having to rely on secondhand memory, which has gone really well and really poorly for me in the past. I don't know. That too might end up being something that gets put up as one of the monthly sub goals. Because that is something I can safely assume people would want to see, but it's not something I'm so strongly motivated to do that I would just immediately do it on my own. If that makes sense. Okay, I couldn't remember exactly where they targeted that Ramuh. Yep. Goodbye, Leopold. We'll fix you in a minute, buddy. That did a lot less than I thought it would. Oh well. So speaking of things doing a lot less than I thought it would, that samurai did no damage for being level 26. Okay, good, you're not blowing up. So, I would say as far as the whole... It's fun to watch. It's always had permadeath. Basically, you could literally permanently lose somebody in the first battle. If their timer runs out and they turn into a crystal, they're gone. It's over. Guests have protection from that. But anyone other than a guest character is just dead. This is why I'm very particular about reviving people. Because I have put effort into them. I would like them to not be gone. And that's on top of the issue of they're obviously missing out on a lot of experience while they're laying about. And no, none of the tactics games pull their punches too much on that from what I can think of. The Tactics Advance games do give you some leeway there, by comparison. With the early Final Fantasies, you're either going to be over-leveled or you're going to be getting bodied. So pick your poison. Do you want pain or do you want to be over-leveled? These are your choices. Well, what was the last thing you did? That is not the answer I was looking for. Because I do not remember which crystal was which. I just remember what item was where. Earth crystal was Lich. Lich was before... what? Yeah, no, that one I don't remember. I was gonna try, but that is like the one gap. Okay, yeah, the volcano's where you're supposed to be. More than likely. Lose one of those N's and then put an E at the end and you're there. There you go. Don't ask me why it's spelled that way, but that's how it's spelled. You learned one thing here, at least. You can now spell canoe. Autocorrect just kind of gives up sometimes. It's like, I don't know what you're trying to accomplish here, bud. You're on your own. If you're already headed to the volcano, I believe that's the next crystal you're supposed to be doing, because once you have the boat is when you're supposed to be doing that. Did you do the ice cave that's near the volcano? Because I forget if the ice cave is before or after volcano. I think they're interchangeable. Because that would also be an option. There's another cave near the volcano. If you just sail around, it's, I believe, a little bit above it. Oh! That's actually good. That channel key is important. That's another set of levels for Terra in Ape Escape. I believe it was an ice cave. It's at least a cave that's over there. It's also kind of miserable. So if you'd been in it, you'd remember. Because you would be decidedly unhappy. Yeah. Maps are important. And just keep learning more moves that you're never gonna use, because by the time we get to these other weapons, we'll either be done with the game or we'll do the thing. That's technically west. It is very southwest, but it's west. Now you see why I was having so much of a fucking time when I was playing that. Now you understand my pain. Correct, but west is involved. Now, trust me, this is a very familiar nightmare. I just saved, but I'm gonna save again so I don't have to do the management again. Got Yardo, Fort, Yu-Gi-Oh! Woods, and then it's off to Rio Veins. Rio Veins Castle being another notable spot of problems, usually. I don't remember that name offhand. But I think you might not have been supposed to do that yet, potentially. You may have just gone somewhere you weren't supposed to be, and that's why you had a problem there. So you may just need to come back to that after you do the next spot you're doing. I don't remember that place at all. I do not remember anywhere that sent me back to the beginning at 1 health. I think I may have never went in there, which would explain a few things. That would also tell you that that place is optional. The only other option being that was a place I was lucky enough not to die in, but I don't recall not dying in very many places. That doesn't mean anything to me. That is... All that tells me is that that's a cave that I probably never turned around to go to. because I do not remember going anywhere that needed a crystal in the first game. But it may also be a matter of I happen to have the crystal already any of the times I went somewhere that needed a crystal. Because bear in mind, I fucking stumbled my way around that damn map just like you're doing right now. I may have just never happened to stumble into the place you're talking about. Okay, this fight's not gonna be too bad. That's a lot of Marlboros, a couple bombs. This guy's gonna be an issue a little bit. The sorcerer right here. There are presumably a couple optional dungeons in that game. So the second I tried to call up memory of that game, I realized more about how much of it I dumped out of memory immediately. So I remember the shitty poison cave. I remember the volcano. I remember fighting the Lich. I don't remember the area the Lich was in, but I remember fighting the Lich. That may even be mixing with the... with 2. Oh yeah, no, it's solid enough, especially for its time. Like, no matter how annoyed I got with the first one, I still would rate it higher than the third game overall. And it's kind of a toss-up back and forth for me with 2. That stops being as much of a problem after a bit. But it's never a bad idea to carry a pocket full of everything. And that's for sure. You know, just bring along your pocket full of sunshine. Oh yeah. It was more a matter of you just would not be getting poisoned as much as time goes. Not that you wouldn't need the antidotes, there'd just be less things poisoning you. Because they're ideally not living as long. That's what they're there for. You're all gonna move before that spell goes off, aren't you? Yep. The ads have hit, but this fight's not really anything to write home about, so I'm probably just gonna go ahead and finish the fight. If there was anything interesting that I expected to have happen in this fight, I would wait, but we're just killing. Oh right, Dark Holy's a thing. This is gonna sting. Not as bad as I thought. That's a thing the demons like to throw at you. And here we see the heaven spells again, where they just kind of hit randomly in their range, and they either work out great or they do nothing. Let's just kill this before he can keep healing it. Should be able to kill that one. No, not quite. I keep forgetting that you do significantly less damage than I do. Leopold just keeps critting things. I don't know what he's juiced with, but he's just a monster. You don't want to throw fire at him. I think flare counts. No, flare actually would kill it. You know what? Fine. Get flared, idiot. You want to be a pain in my ass? I'll just hit you with flare. I don't care. I'm taking a risk having you hobble on in there. But speaking of flare, that'll get rid of my problems. Goodbye, sorcerer. 389 is such overkill. But of course, since he's plot relevant, he just teleports away. Oh wait, yeah, that's Leopold. The other one was Ralph that was doing the high damage. I'm getting so crossed up because Leopold started as a frontliner, but turned around to become one of the strongest mages we have. And whack him with the super powerful Sage Stick. And there we go. Fight over. It will get used, but you end up still... At least I still ended up wanting more most of the time when that showed up. Is that any chest I got a potion out of felt like a chest I wasn't gonna get a better weapon or better armor out of, you know? Prison Island Soldier and a Hyper Potion. Okay. Apparently all those soldiers and such do matter for Shadow the Hedgehog, so I'm gonna assume that's a good thing? I don't know. Still kind of boggles the mind that somebody's even playing Shadow the Hedgehog in this archipelago. Mostly the fact that that even works, not that somebody's choosing to play that game. There's definitely better gear in the chests. It's just few and far between. Sometimes. It gets worse, of course, if you end up missing the chests that have the better weapons in them. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a Wizard Mantle as well at this point, so you're both at the same technical magic power. I think I'm forgetting what the other class requirement for Mediator is. 'Cause I think it's Oracle and something. So you're already level 4 Oracle. I think there's either like Thief or Priest or something stupid is needed for that. Okay, then you shouldn't be missing much. You've got that going for you at least. Oh, actually, you know, there is something that's arguably worth grabbing out of Oracle for you lot, and that's Defense Up. Whether I'll have them ever use it over equip this, equip that, or two-hand, that's a good question, but Defense Up does have its moments where it could actually be potentially useful. No, I think it's the fact you wandered into that optional place is why you're overleveled. really exploring the whole place, from what I recall, just means you actually are at level, usually, instead of under. You'll always be wishing you had something else when it comes to the early Final Fantasies. If my experience is anything to go by, you will always want something else. Oh, these would suck. This is ordinarily another place where a bunch of undead are. This is particularly annoying. Is 2 dragons and 2 astrologists is gonna be bad news. The thieves are fine. The thieves are nothing. In particularly. Yeah, no, that doesn't exist till 3, and it's questionable in 3. There's actually a solid amount of Final Fantasy games where you can't change jobs at all. Like, even normally 7 and 8 you can't. I don't actually know if you can in 9. I still never really know enough about 9 to speak on that. 10 you can't. Like, I want to say there's actually more games you can't change jobs in than there are that you can. Though it is just a feature that people remember more, I would say. And it's a feature I wish more of the games had. That's the feature I like. Okay, based on the damage we're doing to it, these dragons aren't going to be as big a problem as I thought. That's the thing I was scared of. The amount of damage he just did back. Just whipped him in the nuts with his tail and his bloodline's over. Just ended his whole fucking career. That's gonna have bad friendly fire. That's 4 turns. How about you just do that, even though it's overkill? Because you're guaranteed to hit the target with that, and you're guaranteed not to friendly fire with flare. That's way too much overkill. You'll only do 40 to him with that. Do a lot to me. Yeah, risk it for the biscuit. Worst case, if the dragon runs away, I'll just hope I get a turn enough to bring it closer again. This is why enemy astrologists were gonna be an issue. Because now I'm gonna have large chunks of my party just suddenly not able to do anything. Did I say large chunks of my party? What if I meant no one in my party could do anything? And therein lies the risk of random enemies. You just might end up with an unwinnable situation. Well, this is not completely unwinnable, it's just going to be a problem. Is the big thing's gonna be we're gonna have to manage to get a lot done in the times where we're not stopped. Specifically, we need to kill those astrologists. Yeah. The only guy who wasn't currently frozen in time is now dead. It's a very good thing I say very often, as I get the feeling we're losing this one. The decisions they're making, though, are very interesting. Yep, he's dead now, too. It's just me and Leopold alive now, and neither of us are getting a turn anytime quick. There's rapidly gonna come a point where I don't want to win the fight anymore because too many people will be permadead. And the problem is, I'm gonna have a hard time reviving anyone. Now, even harder now, because it's gonna be just me, myself, and I. The problem is, with the amount of enemies that there are, the second I revive anybody, they will die. By the time I can even act, though, I will have died, probably. Because we still have Don't Move, Don't Act on us. So our turn will come up and I just won't be able to do anything. And no, those were off now. Hey, look, he's casting Galaxy Stop again. So, we're skipping this fight and hoping nobody needs it. Because this situation is just not good. But see, the thing about this is not the game's fault. This is because of me choosing to randomize it that things have played out this way. This is a situation where you can provably say the game is not at fault for this, because ordinarily that would be an ally that's using this ability. I don't think any enemy characters get Galaxy Stop. They can get calculators in some situations that can do similar things, but not quite to the same degree. Yeah, I do believe. Oh, down I go. Oh no, the throw stone did half damage. Doing a great job of giving the enemy party lots of experience with the amount of attacks they're having to do to bring me down. But now it's over. Oh, nope. Stop nickel and diming me with throw stone. Just kill me, damn it. Literally, this fight would be very easy if it weren't for the fact that we are full stuck. Why did you just come and stand in front of him? The game's fucking with me now. What? Oh, right. Because they heal with that. I was like, what the fuck are they doing? Why are they fighting amongst themselves now? Do I have a traitor on my side? What's happening here? I didn't convert anybody. Now they're just dicking around. I'm getting BM'd by the game here. What the fuck is happening? Literally, they cycled back around until the one who went and stood in front of him got a turn again. The fuck happened there? I just got flexed on by a computer. Bleh. I don't know what to do with that information. But anyway, we're gonna pretend that didn't happen, and we're gonna pretend that map doesn't exist. Like, I might try to clear that when I get way stronger than I need to be or something, or at least get jobs that can get over to the astrologists fast enough to stop them, or get my own dancers or something. It'd give me a way around that situation. Let's see if Rio Veins is worse or not. This is ordinarily another case of you'd get locked in after starting the set of fights here. Forget if it's 2 or 3 fights you're locked in for. Okay, yeah, it would be 3. Because you have the fight at the gates, and once you do the gate fight, you have to do the inside fight and then the roof fight. So, buckle up. The good news is, thanks to Ivolus Island, it looks like I'm not going to get locked in when I start this process, which is very kind. Oh, I just realized Gale caught up in level. Go him. Leopold over here with me. And then Gale and Ralph go over here with Partha. Time to raid a castle again. Really, we do a lot in this game as far as raiding castles and fighting in battles we really should have no business being in. An army of Alguses are manning the gate. Okay. This won't be so bad. Oh, and Malik has become a mime. Okay. Yeah, there's a whole thing going on here with Malik and Rafa, because they are brother and sister, indebted to the Grand Duke over things I do not fully remember. Rafa broke away, Malik is still loyal to the Duke. And thus things happen. Really is wild the way the randomizer is playing out here. Random forest battle? Here, have astrologists and all kinds of awful things to deal with. Important plot point fight? Here, have some squires and some bull demons to fight. And a mime you can just one-shot. And away Malik goes again. Rafa warps off to pursue. And now the fight continues as if that never happened. Na, life goes on. So anyway, I started blasting. This would be another situation where it would be nice to have a ninja so I can get across here quicker. But it be what it be. Now, when we actually get inside here is when it should get real spicy. Regardless of the randomizer, there's gonna be at least one thing in here that's gonna get interesting. And I only mean interesting partially in a positive sense. There's gonna be a major downside to that interesting. There's more than likely a change I'm going to make to my own character when we go into that part. To make it more likely to work out. Even if it may slow it down a lot. Is despite the fact that we are real potent, I don't know if I'm potent enough to make that go smoothly. Is consider the fact that these guys are still over my level. Like, sure, I'm chewing them up pretty good, but they are still a higher level than us, and thus should be capable of disposing of me much more easily than I would like. I'll risk the friendly fire there. Ow, that did more friendly fire than it did damage. But his Bolt 3 should now kill. So I think that ends up being worth it. That Squire can still reach, which is not ideal. I am using a great tactic. It's called using the best tools you know of. Just there comes points where all the tactics in the world cannot help you outnumber the thing that has numbers against you. Which there's actually an interesting comparison I'm going to bring up. Well, a situation where that's not possible is exactly the thing I'm afraid of right now, because I know of something I'm about to head into that is exactly that problem. How dare they use basic tactics against me? They're supposed to be stupid. I'm supposed to be the smart one. Don't they know who they're dealing with? Look, the door just conveniently opens when everybody's dead. Isn't that weird? Oh, hey, dead guy. It's very funny having the bull demon come out the door and say, "Help, monster." It's like, do you not realize what you are? Swamp Skulltula token. Hooray. That was clearly so worth it. Now, the important thing I'm going to do is instead of having Hamido, I'm putting Auto Potion back on. Because there's something going to be a problem, potentially, in the bit we're about to do. And I would like a safety net. In fact, put the Elf Mantle on as well. I have an idea. I lose a little bit of damage, but I gain a bit of evasion leeway. And I think that might make a very big difference. Now, those of you that know the fight we're about to do might be thinking, well, wouldn't Hamido actually be really good for speeding certain parts of it up? And you would be correct. The problem is it would also speed up my death. And that's the part I'm worried about. Okay, I wanted to make sure I couldn't buy X potions yet, because we still didn't get the shop upgrade for that. So before we go into that fight, I'm gonna get up and go to the bathroom for a second, because I didn't do that during the last ad. One moment. That's more or less what I'm talking about there, Natra, yeah. I'm going to do my best to delay the potential fail state here as much as I can, is the plan. Ideally, that buys me the time to do what I need to do. We shall find out if that plan works. Because you'll understand very rapidly what the issue is as soon as we get into this fight. Just note how there's capacity 2 here. So I can bring 2 people up here. So we'll have me and Gale be there. More or less, yeah. That's the kind of idea in play there. Which, as it stands, my party composition is very different than what I usually do. I usually have 1 attack caster, 1 healer, 1 heavy fighter, and then 1 fast attacker, and then 1 catch-all. 1 kind of like jack-of-all-trades guy, who just kind of does stuff. Oh, that's bad, potentially. That's what you randomized into. I also forgot that Ygraph was gonna randomize into something else. He randomized into Cloud, which is really funny, but also could be really fucking bad. There can only be one blonde hero. Face me. Very funny seeing Cloud's portrait talk about killing humans and bringing chaos to the world. So yeah, you may notice that there's a significant problem here. You know how we were supposedly bringing our party here? Notice who isn't here right now. It's a one-on-one for the first half of this fight. That's why I brought Auto Potion. Unfortunately, apparently he also has Auto Potion, but he's only using regular potions, so it's not as bad as it could be. Oh, he does hit hard, though. So he did 50 to me, I did 70 to him. Give or take. So we're gonna win the brawl as it currently stands. Now, I was accounting for Ygraph himself, though, throwing, like, Lightning Stab and things like that at me. Oh, you have X potions. Well, that's upsetting. But that did burn his turn. So we can quickly just undo what he did there. Except he dodged. Great. But yeah, Himito might actually be a better call in this situation than I thought it was gonna be. I also thought he would have had moves he could use. He has Limit, it's right there. He's rocking a diamond sword, a power sleeve. No wonder he hits like a fucking house. He's got a better sword than I do. I'm probably gonna have to heal after this round myself. Just to get back some of the ground. Problem is, if I do that, he more than likely will also just heal himself, and we're gonna get nowhere. Put my back to this edge so he can't get a guaranteed back attack on me. Oh, in fact, he has to attack me from the front. He still hit, but that was my best odds on him not hitting me. I'll survive a hit, so it's worth going for the hit right now, because it should force him to heal himself. Oh wait, no. We just have to down him. We didn't have to defeat him. Now we go to phase 2. Now I'm actually in a very good position for phase 2. Except my character's stupid and is gonna go running back up the bridge. Oh, and now he's become an astrologist. Oh, wait, no, that's okay. Because he's gonna transform again. If he had actually stayed an astrologist, I would have been very upset. Yeah, now his Lucavi form comes out. Now the real fight happens. But getting past the first phase with Ygraph is very, very problematic sometimes. But now it's party time. Since I have help, he's getting help. Oh, he's just got a bunch of Malik clones. That's actually really fitting that he's got those instead of the demons that he usually has. But him not having the demons is actually a really big advantage for us. Because ordinarily those demons cast that Dark Holy you saw us get hit with before and just start devastating people. What he's doing is gonna be bad enough, though. See how big that area was? That's probably gonna kill half the people in this party if I don't get them out of there in time. So he's got Bard moves and don't act. Interesting. And that one's got Mediator moves. Hate that. What a weird assortment of secondaries they've gotten. Yeah, because he's got Untruth and Talk Skill. This one's got Untruth and Yin Yang. And this one's got Untruth and Sing. It's a whole thing between Malik and Rafa, by the way. Rafa having Truth and being a Heaven Knight. Malik having Untruth and being a Hell Knight. Now, bear in mind, I'm still hurt from Phase 1 as well. So I gotta be extra careful about that. But right now, our main thing's gonna be fucking Scatter. Get away from where that spell's landing as much as possible. Minimize casualties. I think he's the one it's targeted on, so I'm just gonna have him go over here. Like, pull it away from everybody. One way or the other, it should only hit like 1 or 2 people now, so it's nowhere near as bad. But, I'm not playing around. Everybody fucking flare him. Yeah, because he's casting Titan, which is nasty E-summon magic. Oh, yep, Leopold's probably dying here, because he's the one who was targeted on. Or he was targeted at the ground. Yep, he's dead. So that's one of the 2 flares not gonna land now. Hee, I brought you your own Paralyze. Sure, I can't act, but so can't one of your guys. I'll take that trade. Ooh, cheer song, huh? Okay. To be fair, it's easy to end up not retaining information when you watch somebody play it, because you don't have to use the information. Well, there's that too, yeah. And there's also a lot of information that might not get conveyed in play. Oh yeah, those 4 arms of his also get put to use just punching the shit out of your people, by the way. That's another thing he'll do. Just roll up and punch somebody. Joke's on him, though. Sneak attack. Would have been really funny if that was actually the winning strike there. Yeah, samurais, just fucking get him. Fuck him up. We'll do what we can about reviving everybody in a second here. I just wanted to take the opportunity I had because, yep, I was anticipating the Don't Act inning happening again. This is where we might lose, is getting shut down with Don't Act. Yep, because you're targeting the only guy who can take action right now, as you should. Everybody's gonna try to come beat us up with sticks. I've got a 50-50 right now. If I try to revive anybody with the summon spell targeting him, he will just get whoever he revives killed. There's a chance that this strike will win the fight. So this is worth the gambit. It didn't work. But it was worth the gamble. Yeah, now he's casting Cyclops. He'll basically just alternate between Cyclops and Titan over and over. Is his whole shtick with this fight, other than punching people. Now I have a concern about potentially losing somebody permanently here, and that's where this could end up all going awry. Is remember, my other samurai can't act still right now. He's like a third of Hollywood. And here comes another paralyzed to ruin everything. Okay, that's aimed at the ground. Based on where the center is, so I should be able to... No, because they fenced me off with the Malix. Unless... they're stupid. They had me penned, but I didn't get a turn anyway. So all those turns didn't matter. Is now I die to the Titan, more than likely. My samurai can't act, so this fight's over. All of that success, all for it to fail, all because of getting spammed with don't act. Can't say I'm surprised by that. Oh, you did get a turn with don't act, so maybe we can turn this around still. There's a chance. It's not a great chance, but there's a chance. Because you get a turn to then revive her, which at least keeps them from perma-dying. But the problem is we need to be able to make moves from here without getting nuked. Get me back on my feet. Is both me and... Oh, wait, you don't have revive anymore. Shit. Oh, just bolt 3 him then. No, he's just gonna walk over and wallop her, though. Yeah, and you don't miss either. Of course you don't. I forgot that she was the only one in the party who doesn't have Phoenix down anymore. Yep, and now he gets clobbered. God forbid I get the 18% success on that. But when they have a 5% chance to dodge, they'll dodge. You know how that works. That's always the way. Yep, and now he just gets like a ridiculously fast Titan off and we lose. Just how it goes. This is why I said this is going to be a problem. Because Velius is very strong. I do still think that having the Malix is easier than the demons, just because they're less capable of killing people outright. Based on what they're doing so far. But everybody getting shut down with don't act is not better. Did I save after doing the first Rio Veins battle? I don't remember. The good news is, I did the check already, so it honestly doesn't matter. But I just realized that. And I have no good way of telling because the listing will still say Rio Veins Castle. The way to know is whether I have Auto Potion equipped or not. I do have Auto Potion, okay. But I'm gonna try Hamido, now that we know that it's Cloud that I'm fighting. That'll actually be better, I think. And now that I know how this is going to play out, I need to kill the Malix first. I get rid of those, and then I don't have to worry about getting shut down. And then I should be able to deal with Velius. I couldn't remember how much health he has because he shows up with question marks just like the rest of the Lucavi. So I wasn't sure if I could rush him down or not. We're also going to switch who's up here with me for that very purpose, and we're going to have Ralph be the one that pops up further forward instead of Gale, because Ralph hits harder, and he'll hopefully be able to help me down one of the Malex immediately. And I'm going to try to bait Cloud down the bridge like I did the first time. Though I suppose there's an advantage to a certain degree being further up, and I think the cutscene will put me in the same spot regardless of where I end the fight in anyway. It's still really funny seeing Cloud just sitting here. It's like, hey, now we know more about what he was doing before 7. Huh. Participating in a civil war and trying to upend a kingdom. What would have been funny is if he suddenly had Hamido as well. Oh, I got an early miss. But he gets Hamido'd, so it balances out. I'm also doing slightly more damage for some reason? Huh? I don't know why I'm suddenly doing 15 more damage per swing to him. But, we actually won immediately this time. What changed? Why was he taking more damage? Yeah, see, we run back to the same spots regardless. So the same result plays out no matter where you are in the room. So baiting him actually doesn't matter. Now, the thing I was going to talk about, though, is on the PSP, there's a Jeanne d'Arc game that actually runs on a very similar plotline to this, which I found interesting. Is you'll run into a series of nobles in that, and other characters that have specific things that transform them into demons as well. It's just based on France at that time instead of the fictional land of Ivalice, essentially. But it actually runs on like a very similar set of plot points, which is what popped to my brain that I was like, huh, I should point this out. Okay, you don't actually have an angle, so just hit Velius. Because that's still good progress. Nearly 200 damage on Velius is good. Actually, no, you go here. Because it gets you out of range, and you can Kotetsu both of them. It's not going to do a ton, but it'll help. And again, the more important part is getting him out of the middle of the blast radius. Return flare, that might work. And yeah, the music that's playing right now, I believe, plays for every Lucavi fight, for those wondering. Yeah, his Titan's going off first. Kinda figured. Oh, that's where it was targeted this time. It was on the Oracle. Well, that's gonna be unfortunate casualties. Good news is one of the flares is still going off. Since my casters don't really have an angle to hit the Hell Knights too much, it made more sense to still hurl the flare at him. Get Hamido'd. Get wrecked, idiot. Wow, that's doing no damage at all. Keep doing that. I like it when you do that. It tickles. You know, maybe I don't need to worry about the Maliks this time. Did they roll different secondaries? Is that why they're behaving completely differently? Oh, you just get an instant Titan, though. Yeah, sure, that's fair. This is a thing he does. This is just something he has done every time I've done this fight. It is so annoying. Oh, yeah, they randomized to have different secondaries. They've got Time Magic and Battle Skill on those two this time. And Elemental on that one. That's why they didn't just slap me with fucking Don't Act immediately. Okay. Problem is, since his MP's all question marks, I don't know if he has a limit. I genuinely don't remember if he does or not, as to how many times he can just slam us with summons. But I'm still gonna gamble on the Fade Back and Revive move for a second here. Yeah, because you can follow up on that. Gale, you heal yourself, so you last a little bit longer. And I'm gonna have Gale actually run up there to run interference a bit. And have you move up as well. There's decent odds of you just getting eviscerated, but I'm banking on you being able to get a spell off before that happens. Leopold, you came out of that clean. So give me an X potion. The only X potion we have. Because he's also the only one who can use them. Oh, and you're gonna be the one that happens to move. Because of fucking course you are. So now you bring my own spell into the middle of my people. And that's of course enough to kill him. So much territory for the spell to have hit, and it hit him on like the second try. There's a very real part of me that wonders if they tune the RNG of this game in specific encounters, because I swear they're just inherently luckier about certain things in the plot fights than they are in random encounters. There's nothing to back that as a concept, but it really feels like that's a thing that happens. Like, their 70% chances just get better in these situations. Also, we're fucked again, because I didn't even get a turn. To see, the problem I'm gonna keep running into with this fight now is we are at a bad speed disadvantage. And there's not really a fix for that with the options I have. The closest to a fix I think I would have would be turning at least one person into a monk. And that's only gonna do so much. What I would really need is either Time Magic of my own to haste people with, or a ninja available, but I don't have any of those jobs, so... The good news is we're not stuck at Rio Veins. I could just leave. Let's see where my ninja is. I'm hinting with the wrong screen, because I have both screens up. Okay, my ninja is in Shadow the Hedgehog, wherever the hell Cosmic Fall Gun Robot 15 is. I assume Cosmic Fall is a stage, and the gun robot is just one of the robots in that stage. That said, ninja would just be nice to have. It's not required. But now I know where it is. I do think, though, that we're gonna go ahead and leave Rio Vane's castle alone for the moment and come back to it. Because that is a fight we're a little under-leveled for. So there is a reasonable amount of extra work we could do to make that a bit better. Because if we just get a bit stronger, he obviously also won't just be power dunking us so hard with the Titan and the Clops and everything. That said, a lot of other places we would be going are going to be higher level than that. So we're going to be gambling on if we end up getting good opponents to fight. Let me also, since I'm already hinting anyway, hint for progressive shop upgrade. I believe it's progressive shop level? Yes, it is. Okay, Reflection A, Room 6 in Maurice Celeste is where my next one would be. Man, that's a long... Oh, that's why. It's the Pokédex entry for Mamoswine. I was like, this location is really long. There was like 4 lines of text for where one of my shop levels that had been found was. And it's because it's listing all of the places that you could get the Pokédex entry for Mamoswine. Because Terra's got Dex Sanity on, so getting Pokédex entries unlocks items for people, which is really neat. Where else can I go? I could do Barvenia Volcano, but I think that's a rare battle that's there, and I don't have Shop 8, so I can't do rare battles. There's a couple deep dungeon fights that are left. We theoretically could do Bethla Garrison if we roll well. Egros is higher level and is going to have similar problems to Rio Vane's. I tell you what, let's avoid castles and things like that and just start hitting any story battles that are in places that are not castles. We'll just clean up a bunch of the places that have these one-off battles for a little bit here. See if we get lucky and find any of my other jobs in my own world or anything. Now, I don't remember this fight at all. So I have no idea what's going on here, or in what I'm getting into. I'm just figuring, since it's out in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, that it's probably not gonna be too terrible. So a pass like this could be bad. We might get caught in a tight space and have a real problem. Or it's just something like this. Okay, this isn't terrible. Just 2 ghosts, 2 minotaurs, a dark knight, and a geomancer. That's not terrible, and they're only level 30. They're only slightly higher than what we were fighting in Rio Vane's castle. Now, the fact that those have the power boost is scary, but otherwise this isn't going to be terrible. I just got to be real careful about not just getting crushed by these Sacreds when they hit me. So the ideal move would be to blast the Sacreds with magic and kill everybody else with physical attacks. So I can just throw Phoenix Downs on the ghosts if they get too close. This as well. Because this does have the typical healing items kill undead, including using revive items to just instant kill them. The chance on it, though, I seem to recall is fairly low. Oh, in some cases. Okay, Geomancer's almost down. Five turns? Yeah, that's probably fine. We'll target each of them. Between the two of them, they should be able to kill, and there's enough enemies left that haven't acted, so there's a chance that this will work out. There is, I believe, a turn order list that I could be looking at if I were smarter. Just to be clear, I could actually check to see if that would work. That's entirely too much effort. I'd rather let it be a surprise whether my spell will work out or whether it'll backfire in my face. This is more interesting that way. But if you're trying to be actually tactical and smart about it, you would want to look at that list. Okay, at least he's getting half that damage back. And there go the bolts. That should clean out the Sacreds. Because that's a total of 360 on... Well, one of them lived. I thought it was going to be 360 on both? Why did you... I don't know why he buffed his attack again. Is he banking on getting a dodge and then countering somebody? That's the only thing I can think of for that having a purpose. What an odd decision. Anyway, Ralph, you go deal with that. Everybody else is gonna clean up top with me. That's the best move we've got. I know the ads are playing, but this is more than likely gonna be last ad of the day, so I'm not too fussed about it. Because based on the current game state we seem to be in, I don't see a reason to push long with this. We're just gonna nuke the fake Gafgarian out of this reality, because I don't like him. I don't got a problem with him, I just don't like him. Can you just go ahead and bust that ghost? See, I also anticipated him moving, which is why the flare in particular for him. Oh, well, so much for that ghost getting busted. Well, that's upsetting. While I'm waiting for these turns to play out, let's have a look. Ah. Everybody was talking about the amount of things that were just dumped way out in the far end of everybody's game this time. Because we got really lucky last time. A lot of good stuff was pretty quick to get overall for the last Dragon Pelago. Though some of that was scaled a little wacky because of the fact that a couple interesting goal settings happened last time. because random numbers ended up getting lower than expected. And there we go, battle over. This was another fight that I didn't see much reason to waiting till ads were over for either, because there wasn't much happening here. It was just a massacre. Ooh, diamond armor, that'll help. And we got Scroll of Blizzard for Pandragon and Oblivion. Hooray! Joyous day, I got a one-use spell for someone. Yeah! That diamond armor, though, I think will make a pretty hefty difference. Or not, no, diamond armor's not the armor I was thinking of. That's only a 10 hit point difference. Sad days. I was thinking of... I think I was thinking of the armor that gives you Reflect. Not the diamond armor. Ravenia. I don't remember this one. I know I said I was going to avoid castles, but this is a city. Cities aren't castles. And this probably would have a shop unlocked, so this might be worth hitting to see about getting extra checks. Okay, there's just one story battle here. But if this is a story a shop unlock story battle, this will still be useful because it'll still get us, like I said, 2 checks instead of just 1. One of these times I'm gonna accidentally bring the level 1 Agrias with us and bad things are gonna happen. She's just gonna get slaughtered. Which I should see what the other characters I have in my waiting pool are. Oh, right, the Melia duel bit. That's what's going on here. I seem to recall that we're not actually the ones who kill Izlude, I don't believe. So it's understandable why we'd get the blame for it, being that we are the only ones who walked out of Riovane's castle alive. From what I'm remembering, there's some infighting that happens as we're breaking into Riovane's castle, and bad things happen. Now there's also a White Knight hiding down there. Just keeping half an eye on the Dragon Pelago chat in case there was anything else that came up. Now, the interesting question on my mind now is when exactly I'm going to end up doing more with this archipelago. Because as I had said the other day, I do want to keep making progress on the games I owe y'all. So I was probably starting Dark Souls 3 tomorrow? Or Hades 1. That was the 2 choices I had on my mind, and I still didn't actually make a decision on that, because God forbid I make decisions. But one of the 2 will happen tomorrow. which means Archipelago progress isn't happening tomorrow. Though based on how many things are kind of stuck out in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, it's not really gonna be a fast-moving seed set anyway, so not really a huge issue there. There's a chance I may end up having a collab come up this week that I didn't originally plan for. Because people have been getting real excited about the possibility of playing Mecha Chameleon. So that may suddenly come up this week. If not, there's guaranteed to be a session of that next week. Because that's when I was planning on setting one up. But based on how people were getting real excited about it, there very well may be one that ends up happening earlier than that. Depending on when people are available and everything like that. Since we don't have that much that's hard set for this week, I'm open to that idea, is how that's going to end up playing out. And there's some rumblings about Goblin Cleanup as well, because people suddenly remembered that that game exists. Which is kind of funny in a way, because I had pitched it way back when it had come out, and I didn't get much of a response at the time. So it's always interesting when situations like that unfold. Just gonna click up there so it's hopefully not showing a weird, like, lit up bar for y'all. There we go. Because I kept seeing it out of the corner of my eye, so I would assume it would bother other people too. So yeah, those are things you might be able to look forward to in the very near future. Just a matter of arranging times and situations, etc. Oh, you have summon magic. Isn't that neat? But as always, I do want to point out, since this is something that involves multiple people, there is no guarantee that either of these things I've mentioned will play out when I've said or at all. These are just things that are in the works at the moment and likely to be things that will happen based on current discussion. There goes another suit of gold armor that I'm gonna need to buy. I hate Shellburst Stab. Need to do something about the party of angry old men up here that are just stabbing us with magic. Oh, you bitch. See, that's exactly what I was hoping to distract him from doing by sending the samurai up there. But he saw somebody he could kill, so he killed him. Makes sense. Just don't have to be happy about it. Get Hamido'd. All that health you just gained, fuck you. Well, what this means is time for me to start trying to patch things up down here while he hopefully buys time up there. Though, decent odds on a stasis sword coming down and killing her and hurting me. Because I of course see the move coming, there's just nothing particularly to be done about it. If I revive people in a different order, there's a chance things work out better, but there's also a chance somebody ends up dead permanently. And instead I get fucked over with stops, so I think we're losing this fight entirely now. Because the bait gambit did not work. Because of course they're not going to get Hamido'd, because they'll all just walk out of touch range and just throw stasis swords and magic attacks at him. So we just lose. It is interesting that they're using a variety of those attacks on him instead of just hitting him with one specific one over and over. But, we're SOL here. Because his only path was coming down here, which is going to be bad for me. But it was the only move he had. If he stayed up there, he was fucked. But I needed him to try to get into range to try to revive somebody, because people are running out of time. Okay, at least that's a self-solving problem. Overall, this is not that bad a fight, except for the fact that they're 10 levels up on us at the high end. That's the other remaining major issue we have right now, is the massive level gap. Oh, he's got death sentence on him. Well, good thing it's not gonna matter, because he's about to die anyway. So I just unstasis just in time to get stasis sorted again. Oh, I lived, but I got stopped again. Thanks. Thanks for that. I'm so glad I got to have a turn. For those wondering, yes, this is why ordinarily the enemy party is not allowed to have multiple people that could do that, because these are the situations that would happen. The game's actually pretty good about avoiding circumstances where you could end up stun-locked most of the time. It's a lot more likely to just try to nuke you to death instead of stun-locking you. Yep, there's the double kill. Again, what move did I have there? Answer, I didn't have one. My only play was to try to salvage the one I could reach in the hopes that her turn came up in time to get her to run across to start salvaging the others. Why are you bothering to do that? You literally just had to step forward and throw a spell at me and you would kill me. It's doing that thing again where it fucks around when I'm down to my last party member. Fucking hell, I'll just come up here and do it myself. Oh, right, you don't have counter. I was literally gonna run up and self-destruct because this is over. But I can't even do that. Kill me. Fucking running away. What are you doing? Why are you running? Did I scare you by charging you? There's Gale gone, there's Leopold gone. What are they doing? They're running away from me now. What is happening here? I've intimidated them with my guy who's on death's door. Just running up and hitting them. The fuck is happening in this cartoon? I was half expecting the priest to walk up and wallop him with the stick and he was gonna die. Did I break them? What's happening here? I know I said that already, but like I didn't understand what was occurring. Dude, does the game just get confused when you only have one near-dead party member left? Like, you would think the AI would have the easiest time there, because it's like, oh, hey, finish off last character. Easy command. But they just start tripping out and wandering all over the place like they forgot their purpose in life. It's fascinating. But anyway, Brevenia's not happening. Could I win that? Maybe. But considering what they've got and the mobility of the units I have, it's a bad situation. So we'll come back to that later. Now, the being underleveled problem is only going to get worse as we push out further. I may just turn around and go back to Gog and fight the giant golems that will nuke me with their special abilities. And just see if I can weather that now that I'm at a better level. Because our only other option is exactly what I'm doing, is just fishing for places I can actually win at right now. Well, there is a different option, and it's called grinding. But I'd rather make progress at the same time. This one's not looking good. Oh, I might have been here before. This seems vaguely familiar. I would have had to have been here because I've beaten the game before at this point, but my memory is hazy of parts of it. Because obviously your memory will be hazy of a part you've done once versus parts you've done repeatedly. Level-wise, they're not terrible. Yeah, they're at my level, actually, so this should be passable. The fact that it's mostly behemoths isn't great. But at least, like, they're at level behemoths instead of levels above me behemoths. Oh, great, I missed and got hit with the counter. Great, great, this is going well. That is what we commonly refer to as a bad sign. But it's just the beginning of the fight, so clearly it can't and possibly be all bad. Aha. Just team up on the behemoths. Take them one at a time. These behemoths be scary. The Minotaurus I'm not scared of. Could it cause issues? Absolutely, but it's not as scary as a behemoth. One down, way too many to go. Yeah, so that's the regular behemoth over there. The one I think I just nuked with Flare was the King Behemoth, and then we've got the Dark Behemoths, which I think are the second stage. I believe it goes Behemoth, Dark Behemoth, then King Behemoth. You think I'm letting that one slide? No, 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 no. Come here. Die. There is no escape. Except death. Rather fight the Minotaurus. Just saying something, because these hit real hard, too. Use the corpse's cover. Okay, yeah, that'll do real well. Less of them are countering than I expected, and I'm kind of nervous about that. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop on my head. Where one of them counters at, like, the most pivotal moment and kills someone. Okay, Minotaurus is falling back. Out goes the life drain, and the bolt should go off right afterwards. Oh, nope. That one's getting a turn to move first, which is bad. Oh, and stab up worked. Well, Hey, you know how I was talking about somebody dying? Not quite the circumstances I thought, but I was right about that happening. So Leopold's gonna need to start running away really fast. Oh boy. Now is where the turnaround happens. Bad. Okay, Leopold, you fade back. Keep just doing the best you can. I think Ralph will be able to reach to revive and still make progress towards that. Yes, okay. Because now we need to book it across this bit of ground here in order to keep Leopold from getting eaten. And hopefully get somebody down there to revive Gale quickly. Where's that Ralph that's down there? Oh, well, Leopold's not getting away. That's gonna make it a little more complicated. The good news is it takes a while for samurai turns to come around. Who is that that's laying there? Yeah, that is Gale. That's what I thought. Of course, Paralyze is the one that takes longer. Hit him with the Don't Act, though. We're gonna need that to start getting stabilized here, I think. You go ahead and get her healed on the way by. She's not gonna survive a good hit anyway, but just, you know, do something. I may have to do a real dumb move with Leopold to try to preserve Gale. Except the turn order happened to be the worst possible option for Leopold. Oh, he blocked it, though. He's only gone and blocked it. Now, does he move before the Minotaurus or after it? Oh, of course he moves after it. And I can't reach it to paralyze it. You have enough juice to flare. How about you just, you know, delete him? You did that just to deny me that crystal. We all know what you've done there. And why. And I understand. I would have done the same thing. But also, fuck you. Oh, and you can't reach him. Uh-oh. This could actually be really bad. This might mean we lose Gale. Yeah, but you can't reach either. This is really bad then. I need to just try to kill these as fast as I can. Which that flare will kill him. Just depends on if that bolt comes out fast enough or not. Oh, and the fucking Minotaurus is gonna move, you bitch. You just happened to get the right turn order. That sucks so much. Are we gonna have Heartbreak? Maybe not. Just barely. Literally, I think if at the turn after that, I think was gonna be him gone. Whew. And all that for a trap for Time Spinner. Well. We risked our lives, and for what? Someone to get drunk? More likely than you think. Almost mastered Samurai. You have 2,000 points of Samurai. Is the way this works. Absurd. Go ahead and grab Confusion Song. That might be funny. If we confuse our enemies, good things might happen, or terrible things will happen. Who knows? Even I don't know. Even they don't know. And they're the ones doing it. Mystery of Mysteries. Yeah, Zeltenia Castle and Noveska Temple we're not gonna mess with. Arquitas Trade City we might poke. Yeah, that makes sense. You haven't missed much. We've just been running around. We did have a near miss with Disaster here in Fanath River, but we got through it. Somebody who decided to be really funny if people kept making the same shit shut typo all the time. Let's see if we can pull off the Go fight now. I still have a bad feeling about this because of the turbo golems that are here, but we should be leveled enough that I think it'll balance out. Because the rest of the enemies in this fight weren't bad. It's just those two golems that do like 200 damage with their cannons. I believe this will get me a shop unlock here. If the letters are random every time it opens, that will do mostly terrible things. I was giving it some thought. That's why there was the hesitation there. It's like, is there a positive here? Oh yeah, it would absolutely be funny, but just like, woo. It's still so weird seeing our sprite change because we're not at the right skin for the chapter that the event is happening in. I forget what else they had in this fight. It was the two golems that you can see right now, the monk, and it was like two other things. They were like a non-issue compared to the two golems. Right, it was just another monk. And I think one more enemy shows up after. Congratulations on making a deal with evil. Oh, right, it was the behemoths. Right, that was the problem. Right. The behemoths with the horns for goring me. Those behemoths. The good news is they're like 10 levels under, but they're still behemoths and steel golems. He's just gonna beat the shit out of Mustadio because he's an idiot. What a shame that that happened. Anyway, moving right along. Now, I could repeat his mistake and just go charging in there. I do have a level advantage, and I do need to do something about those golems post-haste. So I think what my move's going to be is I'm actually going to move towards the golems straight up. Which is also a terrible idea, because their punch hits really hard, just like their lasers do. But if I get closer, they're less likely to obliterate different people. Yeah, that makes sense. Considering the amount of words that have been stolen over the years, anything that's spelled in ways that don't make sense immediately, we probably stole it from somewhere. Okay, good, you don't get one shot by that. Just, you know, nearly. Oh, they're just both gonna shoot him instead. You know what? I don't know what I expected. Right side, that's two of them having damaged themselves only to kill one guy, so we take those trades. We just need to make sure to revive him. The worst thing is that's exactly how it'll sound, so people will still understand you. But I think we both know that people are going to be very unhappy with you about that. Okay, good. I can one-shot the golems. That's not as bad, then. I'm going to have you do the stupid thing instead of me. Because you need the experience. Like, you've definitely spelled it how it sounds. And that just is the wrong answer for the English language, like, every other time. Like, half the time that's correct, and that's why people always tell you just to spell things how they sound. And then the other half of the times happen, and people say don't do that anymore. What? It's what you get when most of your words are stolen from other languages. I just walked by with a bag of letters and just said, you know what, these'll make words somehow, eventually, possibly. They just shook it up and just threw it on the table. Yeah, you're just gonna be a coward and wave fist her. That's fine. You won't even walk up to the samurai and fight him. No, 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 no. None of you are gonna fight the samurai. You're just gonna kill her. Well, guess I don't need to worry about that spell missing now, because it was gonna. Yeah, you know what? That's fair. See, that's the double-edged sword of making up our own names. Ow. Neener, neener. Just auto-potion all that damage away. Was gonna go for the golem myself, but he's clearly in a bad position for me to go for. Making up, choosing, 6 of one, half dozen of the other for the most part. Because to most people's knowledge bases, you may as well be making these things up. So I can definitely tell you, most people aren't going to do a Google search on any of these names. That would be silly. And we're not going to acknowledge that. Though really, most names are made up to begin with that exist in regular or activity to begin with. If you think about it. At some point, someone had to make the name up. We're not... At this point, we're not actually after any particular item. We mostly just need to get strong enough to go do the final battle at this point. Because we actually got very lucky in that we got all the passes we needed to go to the final battle pretty much day one. Problem is, we're too fucking weak. We are not going to survive the final battle by any stretch of the imagination. So I'm mostly just doing as many battles as I can to hopefully find things for other people while I get strong enough to go do the final battle. And hopefully find better jobs than the ones I'm using right now. Though samurais are fine, it's the wizards I would like better. Like I would like myself some summoners, ideally. No matter where you run, that spell's gonna kill you, so, you know, just go ahead and do whatever you want. Now, as far as Portrait of Ruin goes, we actively know what we need, and we're waiting on other people to go get it. Because we already hinted out where the item even is. We need the Strength Glove to be able to do anything else in Portrait, really. Once we get that, that game will crack wide open, and I can mostly finish it. Well, this was a lot of checks, and all of them were garbage. Fought murder golems for a handful of dollars, a paralyzed heal, and a berry juice. God damn it. Yeah, the only thing that somebody has hinted out that is in my worlds is in Portrait on the other side of the thing I needed. Well, yeah, ninja's always the thing you go to and go get 2 weapons. That's just the way it is in every tactics that has ninja. His 2 weapons is just kind of busted. Your next best alternative is what I have with the samurais right now, where you can wield whatever in 2 hands. So it hits harder. Like, I could even have her wield her staff in 2 hands and whack harder with it, but that would mean not having magic attack up, and that's just not it. There's an argument to be made for having, like, equip shield or things like that, depending on what you're using. But for just pure raw kill, that's what you want. Oh yeah, magic will carry you far as long as you can get your spells off before the people get to you to kill you. Or in the case of the Tactics Advanced games, a law shows up that tells you, hey, don't use that magic. No, no, no. No, no, no. Everything you like is illegal. No, no, no. It was simultaneously the funniest and most fucking annoying thing with Tactics Advance. Judge shows up and says, no, no, no. Your hopes and dreams? No, no, no. Yeah, that's pretty much the move sometimes. Kind of makes the whole law system a little bit of questionable design, if I'm honest. But that's also why there's hacks to remove that mechanic entirely, if you so desire. Now, I could take a swing at Bethlehem Garrison, or I could keep doing what I was doing and just go to the random spots and hope that the fights there are reasonable. Yep. I'll be honest, that's another case of I feel like the rules are different for the AI than they are for you. They can get red cards, I do believe, but it's rarer for them. Okay, there's only a rare battle here in Dumbledore Swamp, so I don't need to be here at all. And I could hint out where more of my shop upgrades are so I could hopefully get better gear or get access to the rare battles. His better gear would also go far for us. Because right now, we are rocking gear that's full area behind us, almost, at this point. So that's not ideal. Because I was a silly man and turned on as many options as I could. Outside of making all the poaching checks. And that was actually because I couldn't have the monsters be randomized and have poaching be randomized. I could only have one or the other. Oh, this fight. I do remember this. Yeah. Those aren't supposed to be here, as you might imagine, and that's real bad that they're here. This is, as you might have guessed from that nameplate, they're supposed to be just a bunch of ghosts. Instead, we got hydras. Oh, joy. Oh, goody, goody, goody. The good news is, their attacks are random. Just like the Heaven and Hell Knights. That's our one saving grace against those. Oh, and you're gonna put me to sleep. Oh, never mind. You didn't put me to sleep. You confused me. That's not better. That's actually, in fact, worse. Is depending on how the turn order works out now, I may lash out and nuke one of my own characters in a second here. Depending on what the confusion makes me randomly do. Yep, here comes Bio, and of course this is a time where I have good turn order. Oh, okay, I randomly decided to high potion a guy with full health. That's fine. There's a lot of much worse things that could have happened there. I'll take that option. Now, I need to whack my character upside the head to make him stop being confused. But the samurais are not the ones to do that. There's a gamble to this, though, since I have Hamido. I may just lash out and nuke whoever ends up trying to make me stop this. Oh wait, no, I still have Auto Potion on. Never mind, we're fine. Everything's fine. Just a swift knock to the side of the head and suddenly everything makes sense again. Two-turn flare, say less. Oh, that thing's only got 120 hit points, though. No sense wasting flare on something with 120 hit points. Ult 3 will do the job and spend significantly less. Two-turn flare, though, is silly. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Bye, Leopold. Thank you for your service. Now, as you saw there, it can hit the same place twice, and that's what I was afraid of, is random not being so random and it landing on my head twice and killing me. Leopold was doomed there. There pretty much wasn't a world where where Leopold was gonna live through that. I saw the word Tiamat and brain went, oh yeah, Tiamat. Well, he's dead. And now they're cremating the corpse and setting him on fire a third time. Remember when I just said random isn't random? Yeah. Yeah. And you're gonna either sleep or confuse me again. Ooh, nap time. Okay. See, the little teddy bear pig things I was not that concerned about. I'm suddenly much more concerned about them. Because they're fucking annoying. Die. Anyway, having solved that problem, let's put the pieces back together as best we can and then try to... I did the thing again, where I forget that you don't have any revival capacity anymore. And I can't undo moves. That's my biggest complaint with this game, is you cannot undo move once you commit to putting somebody somewhere. So if you just happen to push a wrong button, you're just fucked. And you know, by all means, consequences for your actions, but god damn it. The amount of times you'll end up just not having a move reach or anything like that. It's very sad. Speaking of very sad. This is doable, but we're getting some real bad results right now. Our big problem right now is we have one guy who's nearly dead, and he's the only one who can revive anybody. Yeah, and you can't kill either of them even with a flare. Well, do it anyway. Not that you're gonna get the chance to, because you are almost certainly about to die. Now you know why I was scared of the Hydras. Because, as you might imagine, they are rather dangerous. But the revive loop we're going to try to pull off here isn't going to matter. It's just the only play I have to try to get control of the fight again. Because if I just tried to make anything happen with just the one samurai, he would get out-turn ordered and destroyed before he even had a prayer of accomplishing anything. My only hope would have been to try to, like, revive chain. But I grabbed the wrong body. That said, there's no guarantee that Leopold would have had any better turn order there or anything. What this tells me is I do not mess with that lake right now either. Because those Hydras are too quick with those AoEs for us to really have a great time trying to do anything there. What this means, though, is I think I'm going to wrap up here. Because we don't have that much else we can reasonably do. Like, just about everything left that I could try, I think is risky. Not that all the other options are impossible, because we obviously don't know how a lot of these places look. Like, we don't know how the 3 fights in Bethla Garrison look or anything like that. But I know the levels in Bethla Garrison. I know they're like 30s and 40s. So, that remains a gamble. My best bet would be to level up more while I wait to hopefully get more jobs. And I just don't see it being interesting for y'all to watch for me to be grinding levels. Which is why I think this is just a good wrap-up point. Because we actually did get a lot done. We opened Riovane's castle, we lost the fight inside. But we took out Yardo, Fort City, cleaned that up. Got through Grog Hill, we took care of Lasalia. We did a couple more fights in Deep Dungeon. We freed up Lionel Castle. Dealt with the execution site. Well, the first hour was Portrait of Ruin, so not necessarily progress on this, though we did make good progress there till we couldn't do anything else as well, so it's a solid amount of progress toward the archipelago as a whole. Even if the vast majority of checks I sent out today were not much of anything to write home about. One thing I do want to look at is how the whole archipelago is looking percentage-wise. I'm curious like that. Let's see. We're actually at a total of 38.9%. So we're almost halfway through all the checks for all of the games. No one has finished a game yet. This one's definitely been in a slower go than the last one. Though there's also a solid amount of people that have been very busy, so they've not been able to do as much. Like, even I've not been hitting it as hard as I hit the last one. So that is, of course, a factor for how this is going as well. And there's a solid amount of much longer games people chose for this. Like, we've got 2 people playing Expedition 33, which is pretty lengthy, for example. Though the highest check count out of all the games in here is actually Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog has 2,189 checks in it. The next being the Ocarina of Times and then the Pokemon Black and White game. Since it started, nobody can join this anymore. Once an archipelago starts, it's done. Nobody else can join into that specific archipelago. Because it generates how everything's randomized when the host starts it. And this is also an archipelago that is run specifically just for the Dragon Council. But obviously there are archipelagos that anybody can join. Multiple people in the council run community archipelagos on a fairly irregular basis. Like, I know Ito runs one, Amalia runs one. I think Argo also alternates between running a community one and running the Dragon Pelago. I've thought about doing one, but that's a lot of bookkeeping and headache that I don't really feel up to dealing with. Like, it ends up being a lot to keep up with just doing it amongst a small group for me. Like, I would not end up setting up the size that Argo does here. Like, he's a trooper. He'll put up with setting this whole nightmare up. And I respect him to no end for it, and I always do my best to try to help him where I can to make it not a nightmare. But it is a lot. Yeah, if you look at my About page, you can join the Discord for that, but obviously the lead team picks who actually gets in the council itself. And that is something you actually apply for and everything. But it's a good Discord to be in anyway. You just click the little Dragon Council graphic that's on the About page. I don't really have, like, a command for it or anything. Because it's not really my thing, but I do like to direct people there when I know somebody's interested. Yeah. Anybody that's in the council generally has it in their About page somewhere. Especially if they're actually in the team. It's not required for us to have it, but, you know, it's one of those courtesy things. And it's a big group. Like, there's a lot. Just for point of reference, if I just look at who's actually in the team segment of the server, there's over 100 people. Over 100 dragons in the council itself. And then God knows how many are actually in the rest of the server. Yeah, that's a number. That's a high number. But let's just say somewhere in the 500 range in the rest of the server itself. That's not surprising that it would be themed with that. There's a lot of groups that'll either be like vaguely anime themed, or obviously situations like that, or they have extra layering to their theming beyond what their main fit is. And some of them don't necessarily fully advertise that. That's the phrasing I'll go with, yeah. They don't fully advertise that. Now, where are we going to raid off to is a very good question. As I said, we are definitely done for the day. I'm going to go ahead and hit a few snoozes to buy us time on this one. As usual, it's going to take me a hot minute to figure out where we're raiding to. And I don't want y'all just getting randomly hit with ads while I'm trying to figure that out. Because that's not fair to anybody. Got a few of the council on right now. Let me just see how long in they are and whether they'll be ending soon. Yeah, you're probably not going too awful long. You're 5 hours in. You, I think, just started for the day, didn't you? Maybe. We've got a lot of options today. You're also deep in. I always struggle with this decision. I know I've talked about it on numerous occasions, and I'm gonna keep talking about it because it keeps being true. It's like, where am I going? Answer? I don't know. Somewhere. How long have you been going? Nope. Nope, I don't understand what's happening. If I click in and if the first few moments of looking, I can't make even the slightest head or tail of what's happening, I tend not to go for that. See, there's a funny thing about the whole always raid out thing. There's actually, I feel like there's less value to that than people like to convince themselves. But there's another side to that coin. Like, there's two parts to the reason to always raid out. There's the benefit to yourself, and then there's the benefit to whomever you're bringing your people over to. Now, the problem is, in both cases, there's a lot of situations where it doesn't actually end up going anywhere. Like, it'll make the person happy in the moment because they see number or go up, but then nobody stays. There's no, like, consistency to any of that. They just get a spike in number and then things go back to normal. That's kind of the weird thing with that. No, it's still there. Weird. Not gonna worry about it. If you're starting your sentence with "this is against rules," just stop there, Natra. Just leave the sentence there if you're starting with it like that. Yeah, I'm just gonna call you on that one before you finish that sentence. Let's not do something that you're gonna get in trouble for. You know what? Let me look again. Are you actively ending stream right now? No, you know what? Fuck it. We're going for it then. I haven't had a chance to actually send support that way, like, at all, I think. But they've been good to me, so you know what? It's gonna happen. I'm just always a little leery about rating somebody who's more than like 5 hours in because you have no idea when they're gonna end. But we'll go for it. So, we are going to wrap up here, like I said. As I said, tomorrow is either going to be Hades or Dark Souls 3, depending on which one I feel like dealing with more, unless some other mystery third answer just appears out of the ether and sidetracks me, which could happen. That is an option. Thursday's a question mark because of the fact that I do not have anything major planned this week, like I talked about earlier this session. But there's a chance where a pop-up collab of Mecha Chameleon may just pop up out of nowhere, depending on if people follow through quickly or not. And then Friday and Saturday are mostly going to be just fill-in days as they are most weeks. I know I had said I was going to try to beat another short game like during a Saturday previously. We're probably going to try for that this week since it got bumped the previous time. But that also depends on how this week ends up progressing. So, a lot of play it by ear as we are wont to do. But we're going to go see Smog, who's playing some Overwatch. Because, you know, we may as well support suffering around here, right? Right. I may as well say this on the note of Overwatch. I may or may not have had my arm twisted in a regard involving that game. I'm not going to say anything more specific than that right now, because I may back out of that thought still. But that is a thing that may happen. It's not a MOBA. Overwatch is much shorter than that, at least. Even if it's got a lot of the same problems. But either way, I will see you all tomorrow either way. Thank you so much for your time, and be good to Smog. He's good people. I will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody. I'll let them figure that one out.